Hello. My timing was not the best.
Or was it?
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Unhinged indeed. Well, we tried to see. That's what happens when we try to start the right way. Is that it still isn't right anyway. So that's fine.
Randy, play that graphic one more time. It was cool.
Okay.
Do it again. Play it again, Sam.
Play it again, Ryan.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we did things. We do things.
We're doing things. Hello, friends.
We're
We're the
doing
Lambda
things right
Quadrant.
now.
Starting our stream in very, very normal style.
Yes.
I am here enjoying my pickle soda. How is everyone else doing?
I am enjoying not having your pickle soda.
See, I would like to try pickle soda. I like pickled things, but
It's so good.
Drinking out of our lovely little branded Lambda Quadrant cup.
Yay.
Ooh.
That we have had in the past years at Vegas. Speaking of Vegas, we'll be in Vegas.
We'll be in Vegas. We sure will. I'm so excited.
Great time.
I'll have been there for several days before that. So, oh God.
I'm so sorry.
I am so sorry for myself. I got lucky because my work trip ends literally the day before, so I didn't even have to get an extra day of hotel room. That's the next day is just.
Oh, that's good.
So I have like 3 extra days. I think I'll just go like shopping and stock the bar.
Well, when we were talking about what was going on today, I said that I had a fun thing that I wanted to share at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is very silly and dorky, but so we all know that I am a smart home nerd, right? My house is very Star Trek-ish. I use my voice commands for a lot of things. A lot of things happen automatically. It's a whole thing. So one problem this can present is when I want to talk to my smart home using my voice, I use the C word. And I say C word because it will activate right now if I say the word, which actually makes it kind of hard to watch Star Trek in my smart house.
Same, yes, yeah.
What if one of us says,
it's not.
is it okay?
No, because you're all in my headphones.
Oh, so it'd be computer.
Yes,
computer.
That's the word.
Yes.
That's the word. Yeah.
Just to be
Same.
clear to the viewers at home.
Same. Yeah, the C word. Yeah, I just yell at it.
I was trying to explain this to my mom, and I was like, yeah, say C word. And she was like, what C word are we talking about here?
What would you like me to say?
It's so recently the smart home platform that I use became able to do a different kind of voice assistant thing. So you don't have to use Alexa or Google or Siri or any of that sort of stuff. And you can do custom wake words.
Right.
And so I thought to myself, what would a cool wake word be that would still be Star Trek-ish? And in Discovery, we have a computer with a somewhat unique name, right?
Yes.
Oh.
And so if I were to do something like, hey, Zora, make it cozy in here, please. Ah, she betrayed me.
I was about to say
Maybe that's the one that
funny would
she's
it be
been
if
sitting
nothing
in.
happened?
She's been sitting out in space for a million years.
Hey,
She's a
Zora,
little rusty.
make it cozy, please. There it is.
Oh, happy to, Captain.
Oh, wow. I love it. That's so cool. Oh, that's amazing. How much fun.
Yeah, and it's very extraordinarily easy to set up. It's so much fun. So yeah, that's my new thing.
We'll have to talk about that because you've seen that they want to charge for Alexa. They're thinking of charging for it. So we're like, time to go. Time to switch to something else.
And I'm already using it kind of against my will because it's a fun nerdy thing. It's also a very serious way to ameliorate ADHD problems and keeping on top of my calendars and reminders and stuff like that. And so I don't super love having something from Amazon in my house serving that function. It's just that its usefulness outweighs the downsides for me. And so I am very, very ready to get it the hell out of my house as soon as possible. So
I hear that.
Yes.
Heather.
yeah.
Awesome. I love it. Yay. So, hi, everyone. How's everyone doing out there?
How's your Pride
It's great.
Month?
I know it's the end of Pride Month. Aw,
Oh, I
Sci-Fi
love Sci-Fi
Sisters. If you
Sisters.
haven't gone to see them, go see them. They are amazing. Anything and everything that they do. Bless you guys. So yeah, so we have
Monet Exchange is performing near me for like
oh,
yesterday and today, which I'm like, so that's a fun Pride thing.
oh
I have
yeah, 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 yeah.
COVID, so I'm not going, but I was planning
I
on
mean that
it.
feels like a pride thing, but like it's usually with like gay guys that are at parties that get COVID. But
Oh,
it's a different pride thing,
you were saying COVID was
among
a Pride.
other things. Well, that's what. Yeah, that's why because they're anyway. Passing around COVID is a pride thing.
It's everything.
Oh,
It's a crowd thing.
no. Let's not do
No, it's
that.
not.
Let's not do that. I don't like that at
It's a
all.
joke. That's why it's not real life. Hi, Melissa. It's called Unhinged because we don't know what we're doing today. I'm just
That's correct.
we have a couple of ideas. We're gonna play Jackbox first, just to get you warmed up, because that either will make you want to stay or leave immediately. And either one of those is valid. But we figured if you stay because of that or after that, you deserve better stuff if you stick around that long. So we'll get you some better content other than that.
To be clear, we do have a plan. We have things we're going to do.
We do have panel ideas,
It's,
but
yeah, we're going to be
you don't get to know
defending.
them.
We're going to be defending episodes of Star Trek that the fandom generally doesn't like. I am very, very excited because I have very strong opinions about many episodes that the fandom generally doesn't like that I think are not only good, but like very good, very good.
Oh,
So
we were supposed to.
we'll get
It's supposed to be very good. Mine is not very good.
That'd be very good. It could be very good to you. It could be
yeah,
very
well,
good to
and
you.
if you can defend it as good or a reason you enjoy it despite it
Oh.
not being good, I think that all counts.
There we go.
I'm just saying there are some episodes that
entertainment
I have
value.
that are like generally considered to be like worst of that I will defend, and not just for the bit. I will defend because I legitimately love them.
Got it.
Oh yes,
Right.
absolutely.
We need Callie, we need the code if we're gonna actually play.
I am working on it.
Oh,
They did not say that they were ready. I just said we were going to do it. I didn't say it was necessarily time. What's the matter if that stuff just happens to us? It's not our fault.
correct. It was correct.
Oh, I love you so much.
I love you.
The things you put up with.
Oh my god. She's like, what happens to y'all? I don't know. I don't know.
I put the code in our private chat, Nikki.
I'm
Why don't you
already
go
there and I picked
look
my
at it?
I really look like a cactus. I was gonna pick the poop, but nah, I went with the cactus.
Oh.
Well, Hugo, I'm curious what yours is
Hugo,
gonna
I wonder
be.
if I'm very curious.
Because
You can
it might
comment
be
if you
what I'm
want.
defending.
Yeah, you can comment if you want and tell us what it is, and if not, we can just have a moment when we figure out if it happens to be the same.
Yes.
I love Deep Space Nine. I know that goes without saying, but I love it so much.
All right, friends, if you want to join in,
yeah.
the code is OMGQ. You can join in the audience and vote on your best answers.
Oh my god, cute.
Go
Yeah,
to if you are just joining us. Wait, we might have new people. If you are just joining us, you've never seen us do this before, you can play along. You have to go to jackbox.tv and then enter in the code, and you'll be the audience and you'll get to vote. Now, the way we play this game is that they give us a prompt and our answers are Star Trek instead of real answers. So there you go.
I mean, they're real answers. They're just tailored for very specific audience.
Well, we've tried making like Star Trek Jackbox prompts, and frankly, it's way funnier when we use the regular prompts and make them Star Trek.
Make
so
them Star
that's
Trek, yeah. Oh, and this is where we do that.
Oh.
Oh, this is a good one.
Yeah, mine are very good. I'm pretty proud of my answers here.
Ooh.
Can I just say that drinking this pickle soda, I just had a small burp, and the burps taste like I've been eating pickles. It's very interesting.
That's the word.
Oh. Come on, Anna. Come on, Anna.
I'm sorry.
Get your life
I have
together,
COVID
friend.
brain.
Anna will do this and take the entire time, and then there's like 3 letters, and it just drops off.
It's happened to me too. I can't type.
It took you 90 seconds to write thought.
Yes.
You know the lottery scratch-off ticket won't pay out much when the goal is to get 3 lights or Ferengi.
Oh, this is good. You can vote in the audience if you'd like.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Thanks, Yvette.
Correct. Correct.
Oh, man.
The Ferengi was funny, but gosh, I love the 3 lights.
I love you, Ronan. I love you.
That's fine.
Oh my
social
god.
distancing
What's social
is called
distancing?
on Antarctica. Anytime it isn't Bonfire and Hollow Communicator. Yo, when they were like, yes, we've upgraded the Defiant.
Anytime that inst Bonfire.
Sorry, I struggle typing fast.
Oh, split. Audience.
Oh, there we go.
I mean,
I can tell you what I actually think is the worst Deep Space Nine episode. It's for the uniform of the Hollow Communicator. But
Get out. It's bad luck if you break a mirror, but good luck if you break the prime directive or a self-sealing stem bolt.
I mean, I have to because, like, somehow it always works.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's so funny. They're both funny. I just
No, it's good. It's because we're funny, y'all.
What skin tags probably taste like? Oh my god.
Ew.
See, Star Trek.
That's pretty cool, artist.
You look like a sack of shit. Who is that?
Oh, split audience.
Even split.
Nice.
That's solid. Those are good job, Ronan.
Well done. Well done.
Beverly.
Oh,
It's a broken candle, but it's still a candle.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, we'll have new merch at Vegas.
New merch.
Yeah. We'll always have our lovely organs.
Oh, yeah, always have.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Someone like
Oh.
yes.
No. There you go. Oh. Ooh.
I don't know.
I wonder if whoever I got the same prompt with wrote the same thing as me.
Maybe. I don't know. But I will say this.
Oh my god.
Real deep cut to the show, like production level deep cut.
Wow.
Oh.
Oh my god. I got the best one. Whoever else got it, I hope you know what I'm talking about.
I think it's me, and I think I
We probably wrote the same answer. Oh god. Oh god. Too good.
Where's everybody from that's watching? What time zones we got? Because Callie and I are
I see East Coast, I see West Coast, and I see Mountain. I want to say Sarah is Mountain. I don't know. Mountain or Central? No, it's Mountain. 2 hours. I had 2 hours.
Earth. Thanks, Yvette.
Was this the one, Randy?
No.
Oh.
Oh
sorry,
my.
guys. I actually all over my keyboard. Discover Odo.
I couldn't remember what the thing is called, but we all remember the episode of Enterprise with the cargo bay stuff that they're stuck in. That very much looks like.
Oh yes! Oh yes! Yes!
In the Renaissance, Bob Ross's nickname would have been.
Yes.
Okay, Randy gets it now.
Yes.
Oh, those are both good. Oh, Denver. Also, Hugo, I didn't know you're in Philly. I don't know why I said that like it was so exciting. I'm not in Philly, but I'm in upstate New York, which is kind of close.
Oops, state. See, we should have done bingo. We should have.
Oh,
I forgot. I did want to do bingo. Also, our lives have been crazy.
Future.
So sorry about that.
In the future, we'll definitely make a bingo card for you guys to play. But the thing is, you wouldn't get a prize.
Warning, fairy dust may contain Felicium or transporter glitter.
Oh.
And
we remember Felicium.
The original effect. I'm telling you, if you know how they made the original effect production-wise, it's glitter.
We all remember Felicium, though, right? That's a deep cut answer that's very, very good and smart.
It is if people remember it.
You didn't let me vote. I'm sorry.
TNG season 1, Symbiosis. I don't know the number, but
this was
the erotic thriller nobody wants to see.
Yeah.
The Forbidden.
This was the one. This was the one.
Okay, but I want to see Nana.
Right?
Is the thing. I want to see Nana's
diaries. I do not want to see
Nana. Nana's. Bye, Felicium.
Bye, Felicium.
Oh, come on. I thought Nana would have won for sure. I was reading a particularly erotic chapter.
I did far less well in that round. Oh, Anna.
All right.
Anna and Nikki both.
Yeah.
All right, so we're answering 3 prompts for this one.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, Hugo brings up a very good point.
Which is why I wouldn't want to see it.
I think I might.
I think.
Yeah, actually, it would be interesting.
Oh, God. This is
oh, God.
I feel like Randy and I might have gotten the same one.
Hashtag probably high.
Yeah. I really don't know what to answer. Shit.
Mine's going to be kind of sad. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, I'm bringing the vibes down.
Why? Why do it on purpose?
I don't know. It's just the first thing I thought of.
Ah.
Oh. She takes it to a dark place. Luckily, only people of a certain age get it.
It's one of those list ones. But yeah, so we've got people from Denver, we've got Philly, we've got I love the corgi butt. Hello. We got Chicago, we got Atlanta.
Come on, Atlanta.
I have to tell you, I definitely panicked and just answered.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know, sometimes it was so 3
names
names that could either be a dog.
Either be for a dog or
Randy.
Whoa.
Come here, It'll Beats.
Oh, see, I thought the question was dog toy or an adult toy because this is a game I have seen before.
Yeah, I've seen that game too.
I had to go with the Star Trek answer, but the other one made me laugh harder. So,
Randy, I love you so much. 3 things you'll probably never hold in your hand: Klingon penis.
Oh no! I have to vote for that though.
Oh.
Too
Anna.
Dive right into why don't we?
Anna.
I'm sorry. I told you I was bringing the vibes down.
Rename
But...
your dog Anal Beef now.
Oh.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed
You
they
cut-
canceled
I agree,
Discovery,
man. I
and
agree.
I'm pissed they canceled Lower Decks.
You
I
cut
agree
me deep,
it's too
Shrek.
soon. I agree. Hey, blame Paramount, not me. They made a bad choice.
I blame Paramount for doing it. I'm mad at you for reminding me.
Right.
Hey, you won, Callie. Be happy.
Kelly's the winner.
I can't be happy now. You ruined my victory for me, Anna.
I told you I was bringing the vibes down, and I don't mess around.
Oh, God. Well, that was fun.
Fun. I mean, fun for us.
We
I don't know
want to
about
do
anybody
another
else.
round and then we'll defend some bad Star Trek.
Yeah, let's do that. That was good. That's some good ones. And by good, I mean
We
obviously.
have no plan. Our plan is no plan. So, are we going again?
No, we're going again.
Damn right, we're going again.
Okay.
Yes. One more time. All right, gang. And you can still join the audience.
Yes.
It's not too late.
Season 2 of Prodigy
Yes,
will make it
I
all
agree.
better.
I haven't read any spoilers. I don't know anything. I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, the only thing
Yeah.
that I know is
I don't
that
say
it
anything. I know
it posts Monday, right? It starts Monday.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It drops on Netflix on Monday, if memory serves. So I'm very excited.
I'm excited.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh. Oh God. Both prompts.
Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Although I should have written it the same way. It's okay. It's okay. This is the part of the show where it's very boring for everybody in the audience.
Great art.
But they know it'll be worth it.
Right.
It's always worth it.
I'm sorry, guys.
Remember
It
what
won't
this
be,
was
it
from.
won't be worth it.
Moist Fest. It's a Lower Decks episode.
Oh, that's right. Yes. It's freaking art.
There. Sorry.
Oh,
Panic submit. Like I was like, this one will work.
Watch.
Blank.
Like,
It's hard work, but somebody's got to do it.
This should be good.
Go.
I love the idea of Ronan being like, another day, another dollar.
I literally went to the banners tab to turn that on, Randy, and you beat me to it. Well done.
Of course.
Split. Oh, the audience did it.
All right.
It's weird that Ronan didn't put that in.
We do that.
That's
in our
true.
audience. That is our audience.
The worst thing to say after kissing someone.
Oh my.
Thank you, Mr. Broccoli or Riker.
Sorry.
Ugh.
Oh.
Yeah, I had to go with, because the worst thing about saying thank you, Mr. Broccoli means that you kissed Barkley.
That's what I mean. I know.
It's disgusting.
That was the thing. Yeah.
Gruesome. Instead of prickles, there's a cactus that protects itself with blank. Klingon dicks or Neelix is cooking.
Oh.
Both of those are rough.
Oh.
that meme where like Neelix was getting how he creates other people. And she's like, yeah, I know how to replicate her work. Like, yeah.
Randy, your audio's going in and out. I don't know if it's because you're talking quietly or something.
I was
but
like, yeah, that meme where you go
nickname for a big bushy beard.
That's how I wanted to spell it. Was Riker. Oh.
I mean,
wow.
Let's be like, is Riker anyone's beard for real though? Like, he is the most unhinged sexual person on on the Enterprise at least.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he wouldn't be willing.
Zeal would be Garrick's beard, if anything. At least the writers were trying that.
For sure.
That poor child.
I have 0 points.
You're doing so good, though. We're all very proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Which, by the way, shout out to Andy Robinson for pointing out that the actress they had playing Zeal was the same age as his daughter, and he was like, "I'm not comfortable with this."
I'm not.
Yeah.
So they were like, "But surely that's better than gay."
Oh.
Yeah, mine's gonna feel.
I mean, there's an easy Star Wars reference, but that's not right.
That's not. Gosh, I don't know. This one's hard.
Okay.
We're not great.
No, it's not better than being gay.
Mine
Don't
was
call me
not.
Shirley. Uncle Andy, probably you.
There we go. Because I did no idea what to put.
I know. I had a terrible time with this one. I don't know why.
There's one answer I'm very, very proud of, and one that is not bad, but not my best work. I wouldn't call it a throwaway. It's just not my best work.
Oh.
The
Greeks invented democracy. Keep
but
going,
you
Kelly.
know, they also invented Garrick Bashir fanfic.
Domjot. Play Domjot human.
Oh my god.
I mean, the Greeks were into gay shit.
This is true.
Hey. Yes.
Oh, wow.
No one likes Domjot.
Hey, Domjot. Yeah,
No,
see, that
a
was
video that would not go over well on TikTok.
actually,
Federation
the Persians
imperialism,
invented
and this SAI will, or educational content. There's lots of good educational content on TikTok.
I
Eh,
didn't know.
it's hard. The problem is finding it versus the other stuff.
Right.
Oh.
Split. All right.
All right, y'all. All right.
All right.
All right.
The worst thing to hear after saying I love you. I'm not a fan of DS. It's a big step. That's true. Yeah, that would be like I feel the same way, but there's something very important you need to know first.
Exactly. I'm and I go to the conventions.
Yeah, those
Split
are the
again.
Wow.
Those are good. Those are both good. The I'm not a fan of Deep Spin Nine. I almost put in. Oh, sorry. The real reason sharks won't go on land. Those are both equally what?
Literally, I have no idea. I'm like, what is going on?
What is going on?
Yvette, I'm
Did
going
you
to
have
assume
us
this
on
is a
rabies?
response to me, and I love you.
Lisa, I love that you had to Google what being someone's beard
See,
meant.
educational content for Pride.
Yeah, we provide educational content right here, people.
We sure do.
Your kids should watch us. No.
No.
No. Not
unless they're grown. Not unless they're grown-ass kids.
Yeah.
Only then. Oh, I was in first. I didn't realize. Whoops.
Yeah.
You were not.
The last round. Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh,
Jesus. Oh my God. I was dead last time. Like, calm down.
And is like, know your place,
Oh my
Randy.
God.
Oh man!
You're beneath me, peasant.
Jesus. Oh wow.
Okay, 3. I almost read the prompt out loud because I'm an idiot. I was like, 3 things you put in your butt. That's not what the prompt is, to be clear.
Only 3?
Yeah, there's that too.
We gotta have the top 3.
Top 3. I could do a top 3.
See, top 3. See.
No.
Man. Oh, I have a great one, and we can discuss this because I think this would be interesting.
I don't think I did well, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of mid on my answers on this one.
Well, we'll see.
Isn't that all? We'll see.
3 things the world will be dealing with next year that nobody would predict.
Oh God, why?
No Disco Season 6.
Oh
Anna!
God, why?
Dark matter
Why?
anomalies, sentient computer
Why?
malfunctions are the marquee.
Why? I can't choose it again. I could only do that once.
That wasn't
Watching
me.
the dissolving of friendships live.
Me.
Oh my God.
I couldn't not. I was like,
No.
Wait, that was you? Someone else did that?
That was Nikki.
But
I voted for it because
And
See,
you
the
won
audience-
too. I'm
I
not
voted
friends
for it
with
'cause
any of
Gabe
you
recognized
anymore.
his name.
3 things you'll find in any fanny pack: tricorder, dermal regenerator, condoms, field ration, self-sealing stem bolts in my ceiling. Oh, those are all very good.
Oh, this is hard. This is a hard pick. Yeah, we know which way we're going. Though.
If we're at Pride,
It's Pride.
I think.
Yeah.
I think very suggestive.
Correct.
That's very suggestive
point,
of one
good point.
particular answer.
But you don't want to do shrooms?
Not in public.
Not in public.
Sandra,
Like
when you said Nikki is making a comeback, you didn't know how right you were with how well Nikki dominated with that. Boom.
Oh,
Look at that.
I'm
Oh my
sorry,
God.
what?
And now I'm last. That's karma. That is straight karma. That is straight karma on me.
Any peasant voice so hard.
It's gay karma, Anna.
Gay karma.
Did you forget where you are?
I'm sorry.
Top answers. Riker.
Oh,
Riker.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you, Hugo.
Gay karma.
All
right, kiddos.
It's good Pride already.
Yeah, it's a good time. I had a roller derby game on the date of Cincinnati Pride, and so I didn't get the chance to go to my local Pride. So this is the Pride event that I am directly participating in.
Yay!
I mean, a roller derby game kind of counts as a Pride event in many ways because it's extremely gay.
I do a lot of like Pride adjacent events. I'm not into I don't like big crowds and in parades, so I tend not to go to Pride. I tend to go to Pride of events that are happening due to Pride Month. But what I did go instead of one Pride because there's no Pride in my town. That's true. New York City Pride's tomorrow. There's no Pride in my tiny town. Yeah, there's they don't believe in gay people in my town. Or the internet or the vaccine. But anyway, so there's a couple area Albany Pride versus this Pride isn't people that people go to. And I was gonna go to Albany Pride, but then I went to a Renfest instead. Because Renfest is also kind of Pride.
Right, yeah.
With the amount of rainbow merch and crafts and everyone just being like, hi. Yeah, it was
Speaking
fantastic.
of fun things, I have one more fun thing that I would like to share that I'm very, very excited about. It's not related to Star Trek or Lambda Quadrant. It's just a me thing. Speaking of roller derby, I'm going to play roller derby in London in October.
Wow.
So that's officially happening. That's
yeah. So
Oh my
I
God.
started playing for a second team, and they're in the Men's Roller Derby Association. Despite the name, it is open gender. And there's a team in Indianapolis that I wanted to just go skate for to get extra skate time, because my main team, I am a coach and a player, which I love doing, but I also wanted to be able to just go play as a player and not have to worry about being in charge of anything. And but like I joined and they added me to their charter, and then they got the invite to champs, and so it's the Men's Roller Derby Association World Championships. It's
That's exciting.
yeah.
so
Have you ever been to
sick.
London?
No, I haven't been out of the country since I was like 14, and I went a bunch of places around Europe, but
Oh, that's
yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
Congrats.
My one warning is the
anything
food
around
is
there?
genuinely that bad, but you can find spots.
What'd you say, Randy?
Are you gonna like stay longer or before or after like travel around any or?
Oh yeah, I've got a couple of friends there, so I think I'm going to try to go out. Like it's the tournament is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think, and I'm going to try to go out that Monday. So I've got 4 days to like be there and do things before before playing, and then just like fly home that Monday or whatever.
Yeah, you can like take the train like early to another country, like run up. So much fun. Land and
Your audio's cutting in and out again.
I
Randy, sorry.
was like,
I don't know, like
the Borg have infested your
so
Yeah.
apartment.
so cool.
Well, I think maybe is it time to try to defend some Star Trek that lots of people don't like?
We can.
I am so excited about this. So Randy is muted. He's fixing his thing. Hopefully.
Oh,
You know what we
may I
actually
just
did
give one
do?
shout out real quick?
Always.
Sorry, just because we were talking about London. I have my friend from college who's amazing and brilliant, Samantha Hurley, wrote a play called "I'm Gonna Marry You, Tobey Maguire." It is very unhinged and camp and hilarious, and it was off Broadway and now it's at the West End in London. And they just had like their first show. It sold out, and if you're in London and you want to see some wild, hilarious theater, it's so funny. It's this like middle schooler who decides to kidnap Tobey Maguire in order to marry him. It is so wild and so funny. So
what did I miss?
Sorry.
No.
And Callie's muted.
Oh, Callie is not muted. What is going on?
It's because I was drinking water and I didn't want everyone to hear it. I was trying to be polite, and then I just very, very professional and good at this.
That's great. As are we all.
But you're back, and you actually sound clearer now than you did before.
Because I used a different headset. I don't know
Yes.
what's going on with the kitty one. She's being a bitch. Not that anyone else cares. But my the sweet boy that I'm dating is coming in town next month from Japan.
Yay!
I'm terrified and excited, but happy
Very
fucking
much
pride.
yes, that's very exciting.
But happy fucking pride. So excited. So I'm already planning things. Anyone who lives in LA, find me things to do.
You know, I will just give you a whole list.
Oh yes, no, do. Yeah, that sounds amazing. I don't have people. I don't have people come and do all the like touristy things very often, so I don't have them all in a ready to attack format. So
I even have like a Star Trek one.
we did Disneyland already, so that's out.
Star Trek one.
But you like Star Trek.
Google Maps. I have like a map that lists like all the different Star Trek related stuff, including all the stars on the Walk of Fame. And some of the different locations.
That's so sick.
I don't think that's for him, but that's for me.
Yeah, we were gonna do that.
I mean, I have other stuff.
Anyway, great. What's next?
Let's defend.
We're defending unpopular
okay.
episodes.
Now that mics are working. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right.
So where do we want to start? I think we all have ones that we would like to bring up. Yes.
Yes.
Sure. I'm just gonna throw mine out there then. Let's just
go start. Go start. It was your idea.
Start with
My defense is going to be of Threshold.
Lizard babies. Never that funny.
Lizard babies.
Lizard babies.
Season 2, episode 15.
Going past warp 9.
Famously, we go past warp 10. We become lizards. We have babies together. Leave them on a planet for
Evolve.
them to all die.
Yep.
And so unpopular by the writers, even that later in the series, was it Harry Kim who said no one's ever gone past warp 9 before? Someone says it later in the series after Threshold. Like they were like, that didn't happen.
Oh,
didn't
we just
happen.
completely forgot about it.
Yeah, you just don't talk about it anymore. It's like the old Klingons.
So
Yes, Hugo.
yes,
I believe I remember that Hugo and I are on the same page here.
Yes,
So
good.
obviously, it's kind of over the top and ridiculous. These things are all true. However, I want to talk about Act 1 for a second because this is classic Star Trek, right? Not only are we trying to get Voyager home, if we are successful, we'll have an entirely new way to explore the galaxy. This is classic Star Trek. We're pushing the boundaries, we're testing new technology, we're going no speed that anyone has ever gone before. And we're all very excited about this possible achievement, and we're channeling like Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier and Zephram Cochrane breaking the warp barrier and all of these things. And then you have the moment where there's the enzymatic imbalance. That's like, there's like a 0.2% chance or whatever that like things are all going to go terribly wrong. And this is a legitimately great Janeway moment because as a captain, she's balancing the like life and safety of her crew person while also trying to like shepherd him out of frankly being a shithead, because this is season 2, so he's still like maturing and still kind of like coming into his own as like a mature person. And he's really like getting to the point where he's turned his life around. He's doing things that really, really matter to him and that are really important. And he's like part of a thing that's bigger than himself. And he's like, I need this for like my like redemption arc or whatever. And you have Janeway like really, really trying to weigh these things. It's like a legitimate conflict. If you're a leader, you're like, do I let this person take this risk because they've worked so hard, they deserve this, they deserve the chance to do this, I want to give them the chance to do this. But also like sometimes you have to be a little ruthless about like, I'm sorry, all of that's right, but it doesn't matter because it's safety and it's the mission and you matter less. And those are both very legitimate things for her to be weighing. And this is like her trying to be a mentor to him versus being his captain. And like, sometimes those things are in conflict with one another. And sometimes those things come together, and that's like a really tough situation to navigate. Now, of course, in the second half of the episode, things go a little off the rails.
Oh, really?
If you didn't know. The original intent here was supposed to be a little bit more of a Star Trek-like idea where everybody... lots of people have a misconception about what the word evolution actually means, in that we assume that it is always moving towards something that is more complex or something that we would perceive as being more advanced. So in terms of like sentient beings, like increasing your intelligence, maybe developing things like telekinesis and all of that sort of thing. And the statement they were trying to make in this episode is that like, that's not really how that works. And that over time, if certain changes happen, we might regress, like depending on what your view is. And I think that whole model of what evolution means is really problematic anyways. That's like where a lot of eugenics comes from. It's very, very bad. We don't want any of that in our lives. But it's a legitimate message to try to send to talk about how like we are not necessarily like the pinnacle and center of all creation, right? Like sometimes things happen and it's not because anyone loves or hates us. It's just because the universe is indifferent to our existence. Also a very, very Star Trek idea. And bunch of that stuff was apparently written into the original story and then cut. So that's why all of that happens, but there's like no context that makes it make sense.
Oh, great. Well, that's wonderful. Like, did they just have to make them have babies? Like, I don't like. Like, was that necessary?
It's one of those things where like the intent is brilliant.
Right.
But I also
The
think it is.
execution.
Oh yeah.
Was lizard babies.
But I also think it is. It remains kind of an interesting commentary on the risks that you take when you push boundaries and what the consequences can be sometimes. Because, you know, a thing that we see in Star Trek a lot is ultimately somebody takes a big risk and it's like, I'm risking the ship, I'm risking my crew, I'm risking myself. You take all the chances, but because you're smart and brilliant, everything works out in the end and there's a happy ending. That's like a lot of Star Trek stories follow that rough progression. And this is a time where that doesn't happen. Like, you're successful, you break the warp barrier and you bring back all of this information and you're everywhere at once and it's amazing, but it goes horrifically wrong after the fact. And like, that's a story you don't see very often.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yvette gets me. But yeah, the lizard babies is, and to be clear, like we feel like these are probably sentient creatures.
Right.
And the children were left on an alien planet and they definitely died.
They definitely died. And not only that, like, of course, at the end of the episode, she's like, "What makes you think you decide?" I was like, "Why would you like? We have to put that in there?" Like,
but here's,
I probably raped you. Like, I was like, "What?" Like, I mean,
the
honestly iconic.
If anyone's a rapist in this room, it's me.
You know, we don't necessarily have to be talking about like, because we can
so weird.
We can certainly have initiation on one side versus the other.
I know. It's just so weird.
The one question I didn't think about.
How did they communicate? Anyway,
the one thought that I had when I was thinking over for this stream that it was not something that I had considered before, and it's in the like continuity stuff in Memory Alpha. They know how to fix the lizard thing. So why didn't they do Warp 10 to get home and then immediately apply the lizard thing fix to stop it from happening? Like, the series could have been over in season 2.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
The lizards. Why didn't they fix those
It would
babies
be over.
and see what the babies were?
Well,
They could have like helped those babies.
It's I do think the episode gets a lot more flack than
Fuck them lizard babies. We out. Like what?
But like the episode gets a lot of flack of like, but that is a good point of like, why didn't they just do it? But at the same time, like, let's talk about Next Gen had that whole episode where they were like, hey, warp drive is literally destroying the universe.
Right.
Yeah.
And they like mentioned it once afterward where they're like, hey, are we allowed to go past warp 3 because it's a big deal?
It's
right.
warp
Like,
5.
yeah, cool.
Come on.
Or warp 5 or
I
something.
thought it was.
Come on,
then,
peasant.
and then after that,
they can't go past that.
Yeah, and then they just ignore it, which, in my opinion, is one of the best metaphors for climate change that episode ends up doing. Like, no matter where it's happening, it's not gonna fix it.
Destroy the universe. I'm just trying to.
It is so.
We won't have to worry about it. It's fine.
Because I remember watching that episode and being like, "Oh, this feels very clearly a climate change issue." Because at least that's how I felt at the time watching it, and I was like, "This is about fuel," and I was like, "This is a huge swing." You know, warp drive is such a classic Star Trek. This is awesome that they're going to do this, and what are they going to do? And like, are they going to find a different form of energy, like a mycelial network or something? And then they just say, no, that sounds crazy.
Life.
And it is so wild to me. So it's like when you're saying the threshold of like, why didn't they just do the thing? It's like Star Trek does that all the time. And also coming back to like the people who hate on Discovery and they're like, they forgot about canon. I'm like, you mean like all of Star
Yeah.
Trek.
Yeah, like we just have to be
Yeah.
honest. If internal
Stargate?
consistency is that important to you, you cannot be a Star Trek fan. You simply cannot. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Like I am
Yeah.
so against fandom gatekeeping. I am so
Yes,
against
Yeah.
fandom
yes,
gatekeeping.
yes. We talk about
but-
that a lot. Too. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you really care about internal consistency, I will
Yeah.
charitably say I do
They don't
not
even have their own
understand.
date system right.
Right.
Like,
No.
how do you
Yeah.
like?
Yeah.
And they said it. They're like,
like-
yeah, we just made it up. Like, you can't.
Yeah. I am such an original series fan. I started on original series and then I watched the animated series. I watched them all in like order of being released. I am such an original series fan. And then what's funny is the people who will like hate on Disco, they'll also be like, but Strange New Worlds is like the real Trek. And I'm like, as an original series fan, Strange New Worlds, I really do. But God, talk about inconsistencies. Like, Spock wasn't supposed to have ever met T'Pring since they were children. And she's constantly on the ship. So is Kirk for some reason. Like, it was like barely supposed to have known Pike.
Right.
Like,
Why
and,
are you on my
you know,
ship?
yeah, like, and I still love the series. But there are definitely episodes. I don't remember what episode. There was one episode I was watching with my dad, and I just went, at the end of it. I don't remember what it was, and my dad just looked at me and said, "Did you not enjoy it?" And I was like, "I do. I just need to process that this is not the Spock I'm thinking of. This is not the Chapel, and that's
Hashtag
fine.
not my Spock.
And that's no, still my Spock.
If you
just
hashtag
different
new
Spock.
Trek us, we're gonna kick you off the friggin' stream.
No. I still love him. Still absolutely love Strange New Worlds. The Lower Deck Strange New Worlds
Hot
crossover
Spock?
was freaking inspired.
Hot Spock, yeah.
Like,
It's
but
really hot.
but whenever people are like, "Oh, if you're a real Star Trek fan, you'd recognize Disco's bat," I'm like,
No. No, lady, no. No,
so I
lady,
think,
Well,
no.
that's-
I think
Sorry, go ahead.
I think Threshold is kind of like when people are like, "Oh, that was the worst Star Trek episode," I'm like, is it the most Star Trek episode?
Right. Thank you.
Like,
Thank you.
is it
Maybe
not,
it's
like,
too much Star Trek, and that's why you don't like it. It's
yeah,
just too concentrated for you to be able to handle.
Concentrated. Well, now that we are all Threshold fans, definitively, everyone here, because we all know objectively now that it's a good episode. What are we? What are we
I will say
doing?
I
It's
do
always
think
lizard babies.
Where's the? All right. I'm going, and you know which one it is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Anna. Sorry.
Okay, no, I will say the intended episode is better than what happened.
Wow.
Well, that's probably
But
all of
that's
them.
Code of Honor.
I don't know how you can have done worse.
No, they intended them to be bug people. The writer literally said
Oh,
they were
see, there you go.
that he was like, "Why are they black people?"
Oh god.
Like,
Oh
it's
god.
horrible.
What the hell? It is
That's
horrible.
a horrible episode.
The Borg were supposed to be bug people too.
Yeah. But at least the Borg weren't racist.
For never. That's true. They would just eat anyone. It's great.
Yeah.
All right.
Andy,
What's up?
are you going?
Yeah, I'm
know?
trying. Trying real hard.
I feel bad.
Sub Rosa. Okay, so, but hear me out. So I like it, and we always talk about it. It's fine, and people are always surprised by it. And I don't understand how it's different. Like, is it because like she falls in love with somebody, like, or because it does like it's just stupid because it's on a planet? Like, how many Deanna mind rape episodes do we have, and those are okay just because it's on the ship versus a weird Scottish planet? Like, that doesn't seem fair, right? Like, and is it because I don't know? Like, I think it's just because of the setting and the science behind it and everything. But they actually do have like, it's this like weather system or whatever. It's not the weirdest turn that anything has ever taken, right? It's like, oh, a weather system, and there's this weird being, and I think maybe it was just because of the very sexual element of it that like makes people uncomfortable, but maybe that's something they need to think about.
I think it's the campiness of ghost sex, which I think like
That's fair.
This is me like trying to. Are we familiar with the phrase "steel man"?
No.
Okay. So this is where you either try to reinforce your position or have a chance of changing your position based on saying, like, you consider the other person's opinion from its strongest possible position, right? So, like, you think of the strongest possible argument for somebody else's point of view,
Right.
and then you consider, like, do I agree with that or do I not agree with that?
Got
And
it.
so we might call it playing hater's advocate.
Okay. I love it.
So I will play hater's advocate for a moment.
Okay.
And I will give you a reason that I think is probably a reason that I disagree with. And that is that campiness that involves sex is meaningfully different than other kinds of campiness, and that makes some people uncomfortable. I think those people are wrong, but I think that is a point of view that exists.
Listen,
I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
So we had the privilege. At least I had the privilege. At last year's Vegas, I think it was. Issa Briones, who I love, came over to our table and specifically asked about, like, the Horgons, because she was like, those look like butt plugs. What are they? But then also she was and then also she was like, what are these candles? So I got to explain what a Horgon was, and that was hilarious with Nikki, and it was fantastic. And then also the candles. So I'm like, all right, I'm about to tell you about the best episode of Star Trek ever. And I was like, quite frankly, it's rude that Patrick and Jonathan never told you about this while you're filming Picard. And I explained the plot of Sub Rosa. After she was talking about it, after she's laughing really hard, she goes, what man wrote that crap? And then I think Nikki and Sue at the same time, but she just both go, a woman actually.
It was a woman.
And then Issa stopped and said, all right, Queen, go off. Love it. I already was a fan of Issa. I've never been a bigger fan than that moment.
Like, is it? It's like I love that point too. Is it because it's a woman who's not 20 and it's a ghost versus a dude and a, like, weird alien? Like,
there's two things I think that go along with that. Like, that was going to be one of the things I was going to mention, is that because, and look, the actress did a great job. You know, I love my girl. I think she did a great job. If anybody comes at her for the acting, I don't think so, because that is kind of hard. I mean, that can be hard to do.
It's an insane script.
Like, I'm sorry, but people over 20 that are out of their 20s, that are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, they're sexual beings. You know what I mean? And so I have a feeling that's a big part of what it was. I was also going to say, no, there's a very adamant contingent, and this is one of the ones, Kelly, kind of like what you were saying, where, like, you can disagree with one of whatever the haters' steal is going to be. This one I do understand, acknowledge, and agree with why they are upset, which is the consent portion of it.
That was exactly what I was going to say.
Yes, totally.
Because does she give her consent? Does she not? Because she's actually being manipulated.
Right.
And and to your point earlier, Randy, like, and yet how many mind rape episodes have we had with and trust me, these people that don't necessarily like this part about Sub Rosa, they don't like that about the rest of it.
Right. Yeah. No, and that's very fair, right? But that's not what people talk about. They just laugh at the ghost sect, right?
Yeah.
And
but there's discussion to be had, I feel like.
Yeah. But like you
but
said,
it can't be
Callie,
campy and fun at the same time. I know, I know it's weird, but like.
Yeah, and like you said, Callie, of like the campiness with sex is not the same, kind of thing. Is like, I do feel like there's an element of like, well, how many episodes of Next Gen specifically, not just Star Trek in general, but also that we watched that had campy sexiness from the male gaze that is excused.
Well, that's what I was going to say, which is kind of The Naked Now. I was going to bring that one up.
Yes, I was about to.
People don't necessarily hate that episode. They do say it's outdated and whatever. But
I watched it when I was young and thought it was great.
Oh, I also unapologetically love that episode.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
when I was a kid, I thought it was fantastic. As an adult, I'm like, it's a little cringe, but I'm still having a good time.
But yeah, I think I don't know, like, it's like, how many times do you find an episode, right, where it's so campy and ridiculous that it's just, it like exists like as camp, moody and weird, where you like, get the feels about where you are, and it has this also weird message behind it about that people aren't really talking about and whatever, and it gets so much crap, where I think, like, once again, back to the mind rape episodes, those were all just the same thing. Like, some douche nugget shows up on the ship and mind rapes her. I'm like, how many times, but that's more interesting, I guess, because I don't know. But yeah.
Well, and I think the other dimension about that is that, like, it is treated appropriately in the episode, right? Like, this is a bad thing that's happening. We are going to stop the bad thing, and we are going to save Beverly from this. And ultimately, like, we're going to kill this life form if he doesn't chill out. And like, that's the proper way to respond to those kinds of like boundary violations, right?
Yeah.
Like, you do what you can to stop it.
And they did.
Yeah.
I will give it, and I don't know if this was written specifically this way, but I will give points to this. She, in the end, breaks free herself.
Yes.
Not necessarily that anybody else does. I mean, Picard interrupts her, so it interrupts.
Yeah, no, they come and they're trying.
She is the one that pushes him away.
Right.
And as almost like an addict, like fights.
Right.
I mean, to the point where she's screaming and crying and phasers the candle.
Leave her alone. But she also, like, she had to play it straight. Like, she had to play like she was actually into it, and it was like, because she can't be like, oh no, I don't like this, because then why would she be doing it? So like, she had to play it like she was just completely taken over and like wanted to be there, because there's no other way to do it and make it seem real.
Yeah.
So
and
it's
also,
not like she could have been like, no.
And also, listen, people end up in toxic bad relationships. It happens. It happens to strong women. It happens to strong men. It happens. It's even more likely to happen if they're an anaphasic entity.
Even more.
Like,
that's what I hear.
You gotta watch out. But no, I will say the bit that bothers me. Oh my God.
Sorry.
I love you so much.
The bit that bothers me the most, and this is a problem I have with all of Star Trek, honestly, until Discovery, is you can tell there's a lot of people who've never been to therapy writing therapy. In it, of like, Troy's just like, I'd read 2 chapters.
Oh, exactly. We've been into that before. I'd be like, you do what now? I'm sorry, what? You're great. You slept with your what? Who? What? What? No. What? No. Why was she just like, oh, that's so steamy? What?
And then meanwhile, in Discovery, we have a gay giving some counseling, Dr. Culber, and suddenly we're getting some good counseling. I'm just saying.
Super weird. Super
like,
weird.
It's like,
cancel that one.
Yeah. But just like going into like
the
best counseling she ever gave was when she was possessed, and she's like, maybe she's just tired of your whining. I know I am. It's her best moment as a counselor.
Well, yeah, and I don't think it's any coincidence that like that a predominantly male writer's room said, oh, Deanna Troi, she's a counselor, so she's got like, so people are going to be vulnerable with their emotions. Vulnerable emotionally, that means put dick in.
No, Anna, it's more subtle than that. It's a mind dick, okay?
And I will say, what is the episode where they actually say
we're unhinged?
There is an episode with violations saying that it's rape.
Yes.
Which I was actually very proud of the writers for saying it finally. And I watched that episode with my dad, and I needed a hug afterward. Violations, because I was whoa. But like, what I appreciated about that was they actually finally said, like, "Hey, this is rape." Mm-hmm. And it was a constant issue.
And unfortunately, they had to have like an actual, out of all 3 of them in that episode, that you have that happen to them. You know, Deanna is the one who actually supposedly is physically getting raped, which is sad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I'm glad that they, at least with the other two, made it different and it wasn't like a physical rape to make it really different. But at least they were all of them were being cold raped. But it was like, okay.
It was disturbing.
Mostly it was the 90s, so you know the other stuff.
Yeah.
Also
and then meanwhile we get Sub Rosa, and at least
beautiful piece of art.
At least she was enjoying it.
Right?
Bates did a fabulous job screaming, can I just say? And she has JBF hair in that episode. It's fabulous.
It's like the best hair ever, also, right? Like
her hair is so good in that episode.
They should have gave her a ghost boyfriend in the earlier seasons.
Admittedly, they do show that Geordi is on a wheelie chair, like a wheelie office chair, in a shot, and that is a rough choice. Hey, Dave! That is a rough choice because I love the concept of the Enterprise taking fire and going under
right, just rolling across right into the dilithium crystals. Yeah, it's not a prize. It's fine. There's probably like a force field. Who knows? It's great. It's fine.
But it is. But to end that up, Randy, you're correct. Sub Rosa is the best episode of Star Trek of all time, and you should say it.
It is. It just is. It just is. It just is.
All right, what are we doing next? What do we got?
I'm gonna get a refill on my water.
I'll take mine.
Go for it. I'll be right.
All right, Anna, let's go.
My the episode I am defending is Move Along Home, also known as Alan Moraine. And I want to be very clear. I know Avery Brooks hates this episode, and I think he is completely well within his rights to hate the episode. I do, because that was the first time they let him sing on the show. And come on.
All due respect to Avery, I disagree.
I just want to be very clear. Mr. Brooks is an icon, and his feelings are extremely valid. However,
Yvette has questions.
It's like, explain yourself. However, what I love about that episode is that it's just a game. One of the biggest critiques I have seen of it is people saying, oh, the stakes weren't actually real. Well, the Wadi weren't saying they were gonna kill anybody. They were just like, we're gonna play a different game that's fair.
These were assumptions that we all made.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
To be clear, I think the episode wanted us to make them, but it is not explicitly said.
We see these characters and how they respond to stress. Sure, but the way Bashir responds to stress is he starts screaming because he just goes, haven't you ever tried to scream yourself out of a dream? And I'm like, no, Bashir. No, I haven't. But then later, many seasons later, Sloane is shows up in his room and he's like, don't try and get help. The communications are down. And Bashir says, I could always scream for help. And he's like, too undignified. That's not something you would do. And Bashir doesn't scream for help because that's called character development. And how would we know how much Bashir had grown if we hadn't had Move Along Home where he screams like an idiot? Come on, guys.
I mean, can I also just say that, as far as I am aware, in this episode, Star Trek invents the escape room.
It feels like it. I don't know if that's true.
Pretty,
yeah.
I was young enough that it's certainly possible that those were around and maybe just on a smaller scale.
The concept.
But Chula is literally an escape room. It's a Star Trek escape room.
Yeah.
And
so true.
Yeah.
We can make this as the escape room, the game.
So good. Hugo did say that was their episode. That was their episode. They were choosing. So yes. No. So, and my other thing is I do think we get some very interesting character development moments. We see that they're all intelligent characters, but Jadzia is the problem solver because this was season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And because Bashir is intelligent. Is we got to do the hopscotch thing. And then he still gets hit. And he's like, I don't get it. I thought that was the answer. And Jadzia's like, but you didn't say the rhyme.
Right.
That's the thing. And I actually personally love how they all seem mad that they're doing it. Avery's just like, Alamarine, like, I especially love the way Kira's face is during it, because she's like so focused at getting it right. Like, just like, we gotta get out. Like, we're seeing these characters and how they deal with issues. And Quark is obviously, he doesn't like losing money. He also has a lot more confidence in his ability to win people over than he actually does, because he's like, go to bed, I'll take care of it. And then they keep winning, so he's like, let's cheat. And then but we also see, once he figures out that the crew is involved and he believes they're gonna die, he does not want that to happen.
Yeah.
Like, he is disturbed by that concept and literally begs, which is a good thing too, because in season 1, Quark can very easily be written off as just a all around like bastard. So it's a really good, like, okay, but he's not a killer.
Yeah.
Well, let's remember Quark's bar was open during the occupation.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, that's very true. It's very true.
He's definitely coin operated.
Coin operated. That's a good way to put that.
That's what we say about our salespeople.
Coin operated boy.
That was also a thought I had.
But I do, even just like the way Odo's relationship to the station is too, because he's just like, what's going on? Where is everyone? Like, and stuff. We do get these really good character moments, and I would argue that if that was an original series episode, it would have been viewed as a classic.
Yeah, that's
because
so
people
true.
I think that's very fair.
Because
I had never thought of that before, but you are so right.
Yeah,
it is the kind of campiness and fun and like, and then just like, hey, you've got some explaining. Why? It was just a game. And I'm like, and then they'd play the little, I forget the tune they play in Star Trek to be like, this is kind of a goofy moment, and it would be the end of the episode. And it would have been viewed as a classic. It really would have been. It like the same thing like Shore Leave and all that stuff. It would have been viewed as a classic. And I just think there's an element of like Deep Space Nine in many ways is the Dark series, and because it goes into like the Dominion War and stuff. But I think it's really important to talk about, like, listen, if you're in Starfleet, shenanigans are gonna ensue.
That's what I'm talking about too. Like, since when are things not campy in Star Trek? I'm like, y'all are crazy.
Exactly.
There's always been campy.
Look
at the Waxana. Why do we like what? What is she?
Cupid,
She's a drag queen.
Cupid, and they're all in freaking Sherwood Forest.
Like,
yes, it's always been camp, and
just
they're like, oh well, because it's a ghost.
And it's like, I completely get, and I do think to a certain method acting element, Avery hated the episode, and I think that works because Sisko hated the whole gosh darn situation, because Sisko is thinking to himself, wow, I was going to kind of leave Starfleet, but then the prophets told me don't do that. That was kind of cool. And then he's like, you know what? After this, I'm wondering this was BS. And also, like, it goes into diplomatic relations and the concept of doing diplomatic relations with a society that is truly alien.
Right. Yep.
Because it's like, and even just the concept of like, everyone has to wear their diplomatic uniform. Oh, Bashir, you didn't have it for some reason. I'm like, why can't you replicate one? Like, but whatever.
Get your life together, dude. What are you doing?
So there's that.
2 seconds.
We have replicators.
He was probably still too intimidated to go back to Garrick at that time to be like, hey, can you get me this?
They replicate clothing in this universe. He did not have to go to Garrick.
Have to
walk
up to the machine, like, give me a uniform. It's going to fit exactly right. It's amazing.
I don't think Garrick told him he doesn't have to go together. I think Garrick was like, no, you'll be naked if you don't come here.
Wink.
Yeah,
Happy Pride.
To be naked in this story. Yeah. That's for sure.
And because you're just like, that's how it is with frontier medicine. You just can't replicate clothes. You gotta go to the gay lizard that wants you. I'm just a little nervous.
And like I mean, this is just kind of like dovetailing off of Anna's point. Like, you got to be down to do ridiculous stuff. It's not all serious, like it's not all like serious high stakes diplomacy. And actually, I want to go back to what you were saying about stakes, because I don't know that I've actually ever heard that argument about why Move Along Home is bad. It's usually just like about how silly the premise is. But like some of my personal favorite Star Trek episodes, not campy ones necessarily, but are low stakes episodes, like Data's Day. This is my like ultimate TNG comfort episode in Data's Day, and it's literally just like Data trying to figure out like how the hell to navigate a wedding. And the B story obviously is like the wedding thing itself, but like those are the stakes. Yeah, those are like very character level stakes, not universe level stakes.
Right.
Yeah, I have wonderful news. The stakes don't have to be high for it to be good.
Right. Totally.
Yes.
Totally.
That's a good point. That's a good thing. I was gonna say, but what does it say about me that I'm like, I need to watch things like The High Ground and remember?
Well, I mean, that's awesome too, right? But it doesn't.
No, I know.
It
I'm
shouldn't
just saying
be just
those
that.
like comfort episodes.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Listen, I sometimes watch Hannibal as my comfort show, so we're good.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. No, and it's just like it's as again, if we're gonna say in the pale moonlight is quintessential Star Trek, which God, it's incredible. The Visitors quintessential Star Trek. I mean, especially if you're gonna say, because I have genuinely heard the argument that they were like, all this crazy stuff happened and it didn't even matter about Move Along Home, and I'm like, well, you could say the same thing about The Visitor, which was an incredible episode.
Yep,
like if anyone says The Visitor's not a good episode, I will physically fight them in the street. I will lose because I am not strong.
But I will do it anyway.
Like that's the amount of rage I will see, that I will not think, oh, this is a fight I can't win. I will go, it's gotta happen.
I'm going in.
And so Move Along Home, like, oh, it didn't matter. Well, it did on a diplomatic relations scale. And we never see the Wadi again. I actually kind of wish we had. I wish, like, even if it was just like in one of the movies, we see them in a diplomatic scene of like, they're here, then they're just like in the background, and they're like in the background playing 4D chess, and they're just being like, oh, are they not?
They're in the episode of Lower Decks where it's like the recruitment place.
Yes.
And they're like, you want to play a game?
Okay.
And they're like, whatever.
You're
right. Was like, stop games.
You're right, because Lower Decks is a perfect series.
Correct.
Thank God they didn't cancel it.
Shove you down the elevator shaft. you keep bringing up the sad news.
The erotic thing no one wants to see.
So here's a question. So much of what we do in the world is gamified. It is not out of the realm of possibility for me to think about, because like obviously the Wadi love games and that's really the only thing that we know about their society. But like if they gamify, like obviously they have warp drive, they have like spaceships, and so they have advanced science.
They have government.
Yeah, and so to like, if they gamify all of those things, there's a world in which they are like the most powerful ally you could have. Like nobody messes with them because it's like
they gamify war.
Right, like
they're just playing Call of Duty.
We'll give you 50,000 Wadi token if you can like raise the phaser power by 30%, and because it's a game.
Right.
Yeah.
I love it.
There was a comedian I enjoy, Brennan Lee Mulligan, who long story short, but basically he was talking about how if you gamified like enlightenment, he would be the most accomplished monk. Because he loves winning games so much. He was like, if you like, you would just like.
True.
And it's true. I mean, like, that's what it is.
And it so does not work for me. I've tried it, and it just makes things more stressful for me.
Yeah.
Because then I have to do
Me
the
too.
thing, and then I have to keep track of whatever
Right.
just made up experience points I'm deciding to give myself.
Right.
Like, because
yeah.
it's all
There's no stakes, I think, too. It's
well,
like
gamification only works for me if it's totally externalized or mostly externalized. Like if it's like me and a group of other people are all agreeing to like act under the same specific rule set, like that makes it fun. But if it's just me and it's something I completely made up or I completely decided on, like why does that matter? It works for some people, and I fully love and respect that, but it just does nothing for me.
It doesn't. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, points. Okay. Oh, now what? Like I just
Right.
Like it makes sense when you're actually playing a game. Sure, that's great. Then that just
like I could remember to clean the kitchen and give myself 15 XP. Like no, that's an extra thing to do. I would
like wait, how much XP? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna do either one now.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. Yeah. I can't remember how many XP it is. I'm just not gonna do it. Whatever.
But also, like the Wadi don't seem to be under the Dominion.
Right, which means they could have been a powerful ally.
Yeah, to be from the Gamma Quadrant and not be under the Dominion, that means you're like packing heat.
Ooh.
Like,
I hadn't thought. Yeah.
Like the Wadi are powerful.
Wow. Yeah, that's true.
And Quark decided to try and cheat them at Dabo. Like,
well, I mean, in fairness to his silly ass, he didn't know.
Oh, for sure. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, thank you, Hugo, for that mic drop. It's like, they are so powerful. And I really that would have been honestly a fantastic twist in the Dominion War.
The Deus Ex Machina is the Wadi.
Wadi coming in.
Yeah. No, like, instead of the Prophets just deleting the fleet of the Cardassians in the Dominion, it's just the Wadi.
You see the Wadi show up and start firing weapons. Everybody starts retreating, and everyone on the bridge is like, "Move along!"
Alan Moraine is the battle
Lost
cry.
episode.
Oh my god, Alan Moraine is the battle cry. Yeah.
Oh god.
They're like pounding their staffs on the deck. Alan Moraine, Alan Moraine, Alan Moraine.
We told y'all this was serious.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so funny.
Serious, in-depth Star Trek analysis here. Very, very good stuff.
Indeed.
All right, so that's my defense to move along home.
All right.
Nikki, what's yours?
Oh yay! I don't know how long we planned on going with this, so I don't know.
As long as we need, let's go.
Okay.
Unhinged.
I know.
Unhinged.
So
it's
I could
5 ever
go
Unhinged.
I know. I could go one of two ways. Okay, so I could either go Genesis or I could go Justice.
Oh, both solid options.
I know.
Wait, sorry, which one's Justice?
Oh, then maybe we should do that one.
Just no, I'll know it when I hear. Which one is it? Crap, now I'm googling.
One, Wesley Crusher falls into the new plants.
Oh, the plants! Yeah.
You stepped on the wrong grass. Now you die.
Yeah, you did. I was telling somebody about that the other day.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, I mean they're
both
solid.
Or Genesis.
Yeah.
Like I have
They're
very
both
different
solid.
reasons. Why
I would personally argue that Justice is the one that more people make fun of.
I think so too.
Oh,
like
for
I
sure.
actually had to look up when we had brought up this idea. I actually like Googled like the worst, and I stuck with TNG because that's what I know best. And it was like the worst TNG episodes, and they literally have them ranked according to IMDb like ratings.
Oh.
And Justice is on there. I mean, Sabrosa's on there.
See? That's awful.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4. I don't think it's as bad as, because I think Code of Honor is number 1 or 2.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and I forget.
Well,
They had all of season 2 to hate because Miss Elevator stuff was there the whole
see, I
time.
could do that
like the worst
too. There you go. I mean, I could just make that argument. Yeah, except I don't like.
There's a reason none of us are defending Code of Honor.
Oh no, absolutely no.
Yeeted from the fandom. Anyone who does that, yeeted, gone, get out.
That's the one gatekeeping fandom thing we're like.
Yeah, I'll keep that gate enthusiastically all day long.
Oh yeah.
Correct. So for Anna, Justice. Okay, so I'll explain Justice. So
Okay.
here's the thing: there are many reasons why, like, I love it in the sense that it's not good. I mean, and I'll get into this in a minute.
The fashion is iconic.
Yes, the fashion's part of it, yeah. But the basic concept is very much a prime directive episode.
Oh,
it's a prime directive episode, and then later at the end, the argument is capital punishment.
Right.
So in those sense of like things to talk about, I think it actually is a decent episode to help the conversation if you want to have that conversation with people. But especially in regards to the prime directive, which is very Star Trek-y. It's just presented in the way that it is with in the 90s, they did try to do like commentary on what was going on in the world, right? And so a huge debate at the time was capital punishment. But basically, the interesting thing, so I just rewatched it earlier today. It does not say that the Edo are a warp capable species.
Oh, they totally said the prime directive doesn't exist in that episode. Like, clearly.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, are you even supposed to go visit them?
Right.
In the first
They were
place?
like, we need a vacation.
Look at this planet with these skimpily clad people and nice grass. Let's just stop by. It's fine.
Yeah.
It was full colonizer mode.
Yeah.
So that's like the first thing that I'm like, wait a minute, which is a very interesting, like, almost skirt around of how they get around the prime directive. Because let's be honest,
they just ignored it.
They do it a lot. They ignore it.
If you pretend it doesn't exist, it just goes away.
I'm going to pause this for just a second since we're not talking about Genesis and just say,
oh yeah,
Spot is Star Trek's first gender fluid character.
Yes.
It's just what it is.
And also,
Anyways,
yes,
Justice.
James
Happy
Arthur.
Pride. Happy Pride. That's amazing.
It is.
But sorry, Justice, continue, please.
Oh no. So anyway, so that's the first big thing, right? And then they go down and they think that everything is pretty self-explanatory of like, nobody does anything uncomfortable. You run around everywhere. You look hot in your skimpy little outfits, whatever. Like there is very much I also thought about this, because there very much is like consent, right? They're like, no one does anything that's uncomfortable to them, right? But then the thing is, like, they don't tell you if you break any of the rules.
Either way,
there's only one punishment, which is death. So the other interesting thing as I was watching earlier was like, it's not an entirely bad system. But it's just whether
seems
or not
to really work.
But also, that's if you believe in like killing people for punishment, right?
No, I was gonna say I would
You
argue.
didn't let me get there.
I would argue it
Hot
is a
take.
bad system.
Hot take. Any system that involves capital punishment is a bad one.
It does work, though.
That's the huge point at the very end. Like,
It does work.
it works, right?
Define work.
See, there you go.
No
The
one's
people who end up
breaking
dead
rules.
might argue otherwise.
Shouldn't have broke the rules.
What I also find fascinating. Sorry, you continue.
Oh, I was gonna say, but at the end, that's so obviously when they try to like leave the planet because Wesley Crusher's being held because he's going to be executed, and they have to go down and try to argue their point. Riker tells them about the prime directive, like, whoops, we're not supposed to interfere with any of your stuff. And they even make the point, like, you're so powerful, just take the boy. Like, we'll write it off as a one-off type thing.
Right,
Yes,
yeah.
I was going to say
What
that.
are we going to do? All we have is underwear and these weird plant markers.
But I will also say I found it very interesting. Like, Picard very much is like, no, because I need to be honorable to my system of justice or my rules and stuff. Like, this is the prime directive. We're not supposed to violate your rules.
Yeah.
But
at the same time,
let the kid, and you can't let the kid die, right? Like, you're not going to let one of your crew members die, let alone that is Beverly Crusher's kid. And that's a whole other story. But, but also the interesting thing is, like, they have Wesley speak up and they kind of shun him, which is another just topic, something open for discussion about whether or not, like, at what age would he be allowed to say, almost like, at what age is it appropriate that someone can speak for themselves, whether they're a juvenile or they're an adult? And
therefore can be killed for a crime.
Well, then there's that. But like, he literally says, like, if you take me back, does that mean like everyone could die? And he doesn't even get to make the point, but obviously the writing is implied that he would say, like, then let it be my choice whether or not I save the rest of the ship, you know? Yes, there's the powerful beings watching over God, or whatever they call God. And so, but then at the end, when they're like trying to like talk to this God alien, Riker literally says, when has justice been easy as a rule book? And I was like, that's very poignant, because that's the problem that we still have. I mean, it's always around. And so it was just like one of those things where it's like, you know, it's not that I didn't pay attention to that watching the episode, because typically I watch it for the campiness of what it is. Yeah. I mean, it has great cosplays. It has some of the most like restated lines and very much an innuendo line, but the whole "we are Starfleet, we don't lie" line, like even Will Wheaton has said that line before. And then there's always the like, you know, a bat, a stick this long, you know, this thick, like there's that, and all the other like sex lines or whatever, the innuendo lines.
So many.
And that's typically why I normally watched it. But as I was like trying to pick an episode, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to actually watch it in a different way. And I think that's one of the things that I love, even about the episodes that people don't like necessarily. Maybe go back and try to watch it a different way. You know, look for something different. Yeah. Because that's one of the things I love about Star Trek. You can watch it over and over and over and over and over again and get something completely different out of it. Even if you've watched it when you were, I know I do, like I watched it when I was a kid, and now watching it as an adult, I get totally different messages. And
totally.
You know what I mean? And I think that's one of the things that I love, even if it's not an episode that people genuinely like.
Right.
Yeah. I think about there's like a fair bit of philosophy you could do about this episode, and I do a philosophy podcast called Philosophers in Space. You should go check it out. I may argue for us to do this episode because I think about a couple of things. So first of all, like the setup is very much like we're here because we're ignoring the Prime Directive, but the rest of this episode depends on us not wanting to violate the Prime Directive.
Right.
It's fine.
Right.
We'll get past that.
Yeah.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Right.
So they're like, we gotta follow the Prime Directive this time.
And obviously there's the capital punishment argument, but the interesting philosophical question that I think this episode raises, I don't think the episode itself raises, but it's a thing that it makes me think about. I think I could make a solid argument for the notion that the Edo are a deeply oppressed people.
Ooh.
I would agree.
Okay.
Because they have this god creature that protects them from literally everything. So they know nothing about the universe. They know nothing about the galaxy.
Right.
They know nothing about like maybe like opportunities they might have to pursue passions that they have and that sort of thing.
Right.
And they're basically the god thing literally calls them his children.
Yeah.
And like even into their maturity, he's treating them as if they're toddlers, right? Like they need this and this is like, I mean, that's the root of like helicopter parenting, right? Like you want to protect your kids from everything. It's not that you want your kids growing up not knowing how to deal with stuff. People who do that sort of thing do it because they're like, I don't want my kid to hurt. I don't want my kid to suffer. And you just like overcorrect that. You protect your kid from everything, and then they don't know how to deal with life, right? And so it's almost like the caretaker, right? Like when we talk about the caretaker and how it was like, it was cool that he was taking care of them, but they're also completely dependent on him and have essentially no ability to survive if that entity goes away. And so I think there's a solid argument here that like they are actually a deeply oppressed people. I don't know that I feel 100% like super sure that I believe that for sure, but I think there's a really strong case to be made. I'll put it that way.
I would argue that Star Trek even made that case in the original series. There's an episode called The Apple where they come across a primitive society that wears crazy clothes, much like the Edo, and they all worship this one god that protects them, and also keeps them immortal and makes all the rules. And they're like eternally young and immortal, and they know nothing of the world. They don't even know what death is.
Oh.
And
I'm waiting for the bad.
so what happens is they're at this beautiful planet, whatever, like Chekhov and his girlfriend are there, and they like kiss, and there are two voyeurs who live on the planet watching, and then they're like, huh? And then there's like, oh, that's interesting. He like took her, and then they like
He's
go
fighting
to
that female.
kiss. And the two of them go to imitate a kiss, and then the computer god is like, that is not allowed. And literally then's like, I'm gonna give you the instructions to bye Callie.
They posted.
Callie was like, that's not allowed.
They went to get water.
Okay. So the computer's like, that's not allowed. So, and these things, these new ideas the outsiders are bringing are dangerous. So I'm gonna teach you this new thing called killing. And and basically, and
I've seen this episode.
Oh, it's a good one in my opinion. It's and basically they're like literally being taught like, oh, so you take this rock. One of them's like, yeah, our god told me you can take this rock, and then here's this like melon, and boom, you do this to their head. Apparently that's what the computer, like, they truly don't know what death is, that they're not even aware of what they're doing.
Right.
Now obviously Kirk and Party live and it's fine. But they also fully destroy the computer god.
Oh
which Kirk is just like,
what's wrong to murder?
And
taught those poor people to murder. That's terrible.
And but they're like, wait, but how will we, like, now we're gonna like age, and we've now learned what death is. Like, we don't want to die, and like that means our entire society is gonna collapse. And he's like, well, no, you'll have children. And then they're like, what are children? And he's like, oh man, I didn't want to be in this conversation. Because they're like, how do we make children? Seriously. Right. And he's like, so you just, and it's the 60s. And he's like, you just, and then he like looks at the couple that was like gonna kiss, and then how they're holding each other. He's like, you'll figure it out. Just like, leaves.
Will they? Because they probably would have by now.
It's very Kirk fashion to just be like, listen, you'll figure this out, guys. And at the end, Spock even is like, hey, there's this story on Earth of like this Garden of Eden, and you could argue that you just broke them from their Garden of Eden, broke them from their god. And Kirk is like, did you just call me Satan? It's like, seriously, like, that's the thing. And it's the episode is called The Apple, because what our hero does is gives them like the apple, the fruit of knowledge, essentially, and allows them to learn. And then I don't know if it's Scotty and Kirk or whatever, but then he's just like, if there's anyone on this ship who looks like the devil, who would it be? They like circle Spock, and Spock's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. They walk away. It's very classic Star Trek. But it's like, so I would argue, obviously there's Prime Directive issues with that episode. Always. Much like, but I would argue that even Star Trek original series made the same argument, saying like, hey, actually, the are an oppressed people. This is not okay.
Right, yeah.
So,
but the solution is to not also like just drop the knowledge on people and then run away.
And then peace out. Yeah.
I would say that in a certain way, Next Gen was kind of like, okay, but we also need to take responsibility for giving you this knowledge.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas Kirk was like, I'm not here for a birds and bees.
That feels like a lot. I don't know if I want to do all that.
Listen. I'll send the second contact team, some lower deckers. They'll tell you all about it.
There it is. They'll take care of that for you. Yeah. They'll teach you about the sex. Have a good one, y'all.
There is, I forget the name of it. This is doing the podcast that I do has turned me into kind of a philosophy nerd. I'm still learning all of the like words and terms and like the people who wrote the books and the papers and all of that. But there's a school of philosophy that says if you look at mental health outcomes, there is sometimes a measurable benefit to that kind of lack of knowledge of the world. And so there are people who argue that like people should be kept ignorant of those sorts of things.
Oh, yes.
To be clear, I am not one of those people.
Right,
I don't
right,
agree with
My
that.
therapist would disagree.
Yeah.
Ignorance is indeed bliss.
Right. But like I understand how someone gets there. Like I don't agree with it, but I get how someone gets there. Like my thing is like you err on the side of people should have knowledge,
Right.
but you also have to understand that knowledge can be heavy for some people and have consequences.
True.
Actually, my therapist and I discussed this concept because I'm very lucky. I have very loving, incredible parents. I get along great with my sibling, and while I've met jerks and stuff, I hadn't, the world had been a pretty kind place to me. I had a lot of privilege in that sense. And especially being white and all this stuff. And then, while I'm bi, my parents always accepted me, and also being bi, I can be straight passing, and there's all kinds of different stuff. And but then things that are very personal happen to me, and now I take meds for PTSD. And so with that, like, my therapist was discussing how, part of me was like, I wish I could go back to, when I was happy. I don't feel like I'll ever be that way again. And she's like, you won't be. But that old you kind of was living a lie. She was like, you were very, like, I was extremely trusting and extremely naive. She was like, it was a kind, beautiful you. She's like, but it's not your like final form. That's a young, youthful, naive, sweet you. We all go through these changes, and it's okay to mourn that loss of you, but it's also like, and then like literally the day after I'd had that therapy session that was incredible, what did I go see? I saw the Barbie movie. And the Barbie movie straight up has that concept beautifully. Of she lived in a Barbie world.
Mm-hmm.
She was a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
Mm-hmm.
Life was
Life
plastic.
in plastic
And it was fantastic.
seemed to be fantastic.
But
I mean,
also,
it was at the time.
And then she learned, she grew. And the tragedy of growing up and growing is that you can't ever be that child again.
Run the trains.
Yeah. But also, I don't even run the trains.
I don't run the trains.
But also she awakes to, let's be real, even in her perfect world, she recognizes unfairness that was there that she had not seen before.
Yeah.
And like even in my perfect, happier world, I awoke to other struggles and things that other people are dealing with in the world. And it's also the whole concept of the original concept of the term woke, and how it's like, I have woke and I will never, and it's like, and it was like, I don't want to go back to being asleep or something. I don't remember the exact speech, but it was talking about when you awake to like racial injustice and all these things.
Right.
And so maybe it isn't Starfleet's place to wake people up. Maybe that's kind of the whole point of the Prime Directive. However, when they have already gotten themselves in that mess, do they not have a responsibility to the ethics of of like, hey, these people are suffering. They don't know they're suffering.
Right.
Now there's a colonialism issue of like, we know better.
Right.
But
right, and like they weren't suffering though. Like it's hard to like you don't want to create that, right? But if you run across it, right, and they're not suffering at all, right? Like that's a tough one.
So they bring this in. It's in season 3 of TNG. It's Who Watches the Watchers, where they go down to the duct line and it's malfunctioning, and unfortunately, one of the Mintakans gets killed. Basically,
right.
And then Dr. Crusher saves him and this would go into a whole other type of discussion, which is what's more important, the Hippocratic Oath or the Prime Directive, right? And for her as a doctor,
and for her it's that.
It's that. Sorry, I'm going to always save a life when I can save a life. Like, do no harm.
Well, let me abstract that out even a little further. What's more important, the individual or the group or the civilization or the species or the like collective? And of course, the answer is both.
Of the many.
But like, how do you?
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The Star Trek brings it up all the time.
Yeah. because that's essentially the conflict you're talking about, because violating the Prime Directive is a societal level problem. Violating the Hippocratic Oath, in most ways we think about it, is a violation of your obligation to a single person or maybe like a small group of people. Both of which matter a lot.
Yeah.
And it's something I currently work at a doctor's office before I go to grad school, and it's something I've even discussed with some of the providers who are all incredible. I love the providers in my office, and they are all pretty against the current US healthcare system and how the concept of like charging so much, and and like we don't turn anyone away, but we do make them very aware of like, hey, if you don't have insurance, this is going to cost you a lot of money. And I mean, one thing we do is we do addiction treatments. We treat like Suboxone patients and stuff. And some of the copays that some of these patients will have is like $50, and they have to go once a month. That's insane. Some of it's more so. And God forbid they have a deductible, it's not just that copay. And I was discussing this with some of the providers, and they'll do all kinds of things to try and help, but it's also like one of the providers and I were discussing how it feels like that is innately against the Hippocratic Oath.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know the stress even that money troubles deal with.
Yeah.
And how like and mental health is part of healthcare. Right. And how just like the fact that people don't always seek healthcare because of not being able to afford it, and how that is innately against the Hippocratic Oath, and even just like the concept. And so like what I love so much in Picard is that, Dr. Crusher is doing like a Doctors Without Borders thing, and basically saying like, hey, it's against my views as a doctor to be ignoring these civilizations that need healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I think that's one of the most fascinating concepts. And I think it's one of those things of like the fact that like Starfleet is a military, and and therefore it is not always going to be serving in entirely, the, not to say human, but like humanitarian efforts, because it is also a form of it is a branch of the military, and it's also a branch of the government. Versus, and so just because there are heroes does not mean they're always doing what is 100% ethically right, because also wouldn't make as good of fiction and storytelling. and so I think it's
no conflict.
And so to like, it's really important to me to think about like the fact that our good guys are good people. Yeah, Star Trek Doctors Without Borders.
I want that show of that. I want that.
Come on, Gates. Come on, get her on there. Come on, somebody write that show for her.
Starring Gates. I want
That's it.
Gates Anatomy.
Gates Anatomy.
Gates Anatomy.
Oh no.
But yeah, I think it's one of those things of like the whole show is like, because sure, we don't know enough. Is it just they're trying to protect, endangered plants and stuff like that? But we do know that they're okay murdering a child.
Oh, we're talking about Justice again.
Yes.
Oh,
sorry. And it does go back. So it's
And the thing for me there too, that for some reason always stuck out to me was that it wasn't something he did on purpose.
Right.
And so like he fell down, right? And so that to me was like
There's
even
no malicious
worse, right?
intent.
It's not like not even like picked a flower, right? Because even that like is an intentional act, right? But he just like fell the hell down, right? And they're like, oh no.
And the other kid even says like, it's my fault. I threw the ball ahead of him.
Right.
And like no one, they weren't even yelling at him like when they try to get his attention. They're like, Wes, no, but like say maybe stop, like maybe say something different.
You're gonna die if you follow them. Don't do it.
No. Or I mean, this is a whole
like that plant's poisonous.
Like, who tells outsiders about all of the rules and the laws?
Nobody,
right?
clearly.
No
one does that. No. They probably didn't think about it though.
Point, because maybe they are oppressed. They clearly, it's not that they have. Like it seems like they're not new to the concept of people from outside of their world, but they also like don't have any concept of like, oh, this should be a thing I should tell them so they don't get in trouble. Like,
well, they probably don't know any different because that's all they've ever known.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Like it comes back to the point of maybe they are oppressed.
Or like, I mean, I don't think that we. I mean, I think we assume, but we don't know for sure what necessarily would happen if they didn't have that guy, right? Like we just assume that they would figure it out or not. But what if they just couldn't and just died? You know,
Right.
And they all starve to death because they've never like how you can't like give them that knowledge overnight, and they just like that's it.
Like,
So
what if
it's hard to say. Like,
what if those plants weren't protected but were just extremely poisonous and like no, but you know what I'm saying? Like there was no way, like there was those little white fences don't actually help. So if someone just trips or has like a seizure and they collapse into it, they are put to death because they that's insane.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was on accident. Yeah. That's what always stuck out to me. Not
that zone was under regulation. Also got to remember, only the mediators knew which zone at any given time
That's true.
was like under regulation. That if you disobeyed, you get in trouble. So like you could be testing the limits and disobeying everywhere to try to be like, what's the pattern of the system? But
so not only is it a death penalty with no exceptions, they gamified it.
They gamified it, right?
Well, and also they're claiming that their system means that there's virtually no crime.
Right.
Correct. But they don't know that because they're not aware of what's happening in the areas that they're not watching.
That's a very good point.
So it's a deeply
But how you can't system. Well, but like, how do you, if you don't know they're there or not, you don't know they're there or not, right? So you can't, they would have had to have caught something. Like, that's not possible that they miss every single thing when you don't know if they're watching you or whatever.
Well, and let me just like pull up my copy of the Communist Manifesto here for a second. And like, could it be that there's no crime because everyone's needs are met?
Could be
like because
mindset is
because let's just be real. Like, most of what we call crime is the result of people's needs not being met.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just be really clear about that. Most of the time, it's not always the case.
It's like mental illness or something, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't,
but
those needs are not being met either. It's the same. Yeah,
I should say, like, in terms of like the amount of crime that is committed, like the vast majority, like whenever we talk about justice reform, people are like, well, what about murderers? And it's like, well, I think the number of it's like 90% of people who are in prison for things that don't involve violence.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so like let's just be real about the amount of people who are being punished for acting in response to unmet needs. Like, I think this society is idyllic because everyone's needs are met, not because they summarily execute people who break the rules.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If
Yeah.
you had the same society but some people, there's like slums and there are some people who are hungry and stuff, they would have a lot more crime they were reporting.
Right.
But also, the reason I was saying that, like, they wouldn't necessarily even know what crime's happening, because someone just like Wesley could have also fallen into grass, into plants, and then
no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they couldn't have missed 100% of those, right? So you can't be saying there's no crime because it's not possible that they just never see it.
But, no, for sure. But they because I remember the guys talking to Yar, and that's how they find out about this rule. Yar was just asking about it.
Right. Yeah. It's like, we just come. It's whatever. I just come.
And she's just like, she's like, hey, Ward,
they'll be dead soon. You don't have to worry about it.
You're telling me that even though you guys have like 2 cops, you've got no crime?
Yeah. Tell me more.
And then he's like, yeah, so what we do when we find a criminal is we kill him. And then they're like, ooh, we should maybe share that information.
And of course, immediately they're all like, where's the boy? Where's the...
Yep.
Right.
The kid's gonna get in trouble.
Don't worry, it's some illegal plants.
Which you can go visit, not the plants. That was a prop. But you can go visit the Edo little planet. It is at the Van Nuys water reclamation plant.
Is that there too?
Yep.
Would they let us on the premises if we dressed like the Edo? Just asking.
Yeah.
It's California. It's California during Pride. I'm sure it's fine. Absolutely. I don't know. Awesome. Okay.
See, and this is an episode people don't necessarily always like, and there's plenty to talk about.
plenty to
Yes,
talk
which is good
about.
Star Trek. Good Star Trek is discussion.
It is.
It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. All right. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? It's unhinged, so we don't know what we do. So I have an hour left, and then I have to leave.
We should maybe do some mental health talking stuff.
we
If
kind of
you're up for
touched
that.
on some of it.
We did. We did.
We
Let's
did.
But we
let's
should continue
expound
off
on
of that. Yeah, absolutely.
So my thought process behind that was that um and I don't think it's anything particularly novel or unheard of, but people just don't talk about when they're like not doing well because you feel obligated to not do that. And so I like posted randomly the other day that I just was sad. I didn't want like attention. I didn't like, and I think that's the thing too, right? It can just be like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. You need anything? No, good. Yeah, yes. But I don't think people even like realize how to talk about that stuff with people. I think it makes people just so uncomfortable. But then it's so uncomfortable for the person who feels it because then you have to like put that away and all the things. So I wish it were easier for people to talk about that kind of stuff. Like not in a, I mean, obviously you cross some line where, okay, now we need to like intervene or something, you know what I mean? But like just a general sad day, like everyone just has a general sad day and it just happens. And, but you never hear about it. People don't talk about it. And you hear that on social media a lot where people say like, that's all you ever see is people's like best day and whatever. But I encourage people to share when they're just having a like mediocre day as well, or not a super duper day. I mean, we do internally, right? Like when you know people like you do, but publicly, I think it's a weird thing. It just, I don't know. And it's always bugged me as just disingenuous when I'm not feeling great. And someone's like, how are you doing? And I'm like, great. I'm like, I'm actually really bad, but you don't want to hear about that. And I don't want to dump it on you. So I'm going to tell you.
That's why you got to do the classic.
But I hate lying to someone's face, like,
Yeah.
I have learned not like publicly, but with people that I know to say because even sometimes in passing in like my hallway here, right? Because again, people ask, how you doing? They don't want to really hear anything other than great.
Right.
And I will honestly say there have been times I'm like, I'm up and not crying.
Yep.
Like, very honest answer. And people get it right away, without having to like go into great detail of like,
right.
I'm
That's
fine,
good, though, I
but
feel
I'm
like,
not fine. Like,
right. But then also, like, I think, what's funny, like, that makes me think of, whenever you hear, and I don't mean to imply that Nikki's a serial killer, but whenever you hear, like, it's like, oh, they were always so nice and always whatever. Well, because no one ever says when they're not feeling, but like, if you did, like, and not, that, but like, if you were having some sort of like worse situation, be like, oh, you know what? She said she was sad a few times recently. I feel like it would probably help people in the long run, right? Because then people realize like, oh wait, maybe we should say hi to that person that told me they were sad the other day. I think it would help overall, but it's really hard to.
Well, and we're talking about two separate concepts that are very related, and they kind of pancake on top of each other, because one is the stigma that comes with like actually openly being not okay, and the result of that is that even if we want to, we don't have the tools without like going out and getting them ourselves, right? Like it's not something that most of us get growing up. Like not because our parents are bad people, but because our parents didn't have the tools either in large part.
Oh, right. Of course.
And so it's a cycle of, even if you come to a place where you really want to talk about stuff and you're feeling, and you need help and stuff, you have to learn how to do that and it's hard. Like I've spent so much time thinking about addiction after I stopped drinking. And I realized that like, because it's not a thing that I had experienced personally before. Like I had friends who are in recovery, and I would do my best to be a good friend to those folks and like listen and hear them out and see where they're coming from. But fundamentally it was just like, well, that's not a problem I have encountered. And so I don't know that I have the tools to like have the discussion maybe as meaningfully as you might need it. And of course, like experiencing it myself, then I gained the tools in ways that were not really the best. But that's a thing that I think about a lot when I'm talking with people and dealing with all of the people problems that I deal with on all of the different areas of my life. I try really hard to be understanding of that. Like there's a point where you have to hold your own boundaries and speak up for yourself. Obviously you can't let people abuse you. But if it comes to like, somebody's being kind of a jerk or somebody is acting off for a little, it's maybe they're struggling with something and like don't know how to talk about it, or they don't know that I'm a person they can talk to about this sort of thing. And all of those things just like snowball up into this major thing, because I mean, anyone who's been in a relationship knows that most of the times when things blow up in a relationship, it's because small things build. It's not usually because one big thing happens. It's a bunch of small stuff over a period of time, and you don't talk about it, and the resentment builds and it builds and then finally explodes. And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases. So yeah, it's, and the other thing that I was thinking about as you were talking about is that I am super, super grateful that in my social circle, it's actually very normal and encouraged for people to speak honestly about those things.
Great. Yeah.
And so I was like trying to like, but like, I mean, you're right, in, mainstream society, if you just imagine going to the deli counter, like, how you doing? Well, having a bad day, struggling with alcohol addiction, wishing I could drink. But I got my tools, I'll use it and pull through. And I can just imagine like what the other
Can I get some turkey?
Right. Oh, and a pound of the pepper and sea salt and peppercorn bacon, please.
What's interesting is like my current job, because I switch between being phones for the doctor's office and being front desk. And with both of those, people tell you a lot about themselves, but also even if they don't tell you, you just see a lot because they're like asking, they're just like asking for a refill of medication, and you're just putting that information in, but you get their chart up and it has a list of issues or like why the medication is. So you see this one thing I've seen is I always felt this way, but I can definitely confirm PTSD, extremely freaking common. So common.
Wow.
Like from war, from but also just traumatic events, from divorce. People have had really messy divorces that have caused PTSD. There's from just childhood. PTSD is so incredibly common, and with the understanding that a lot of people don't seek out mental health help when they need it. It is only it's even more common than we could possibly even know. I mean, it's
people can't afford it either. Like, it's not even the stigma. People can't afford it.
And it's like, the providers at my office, they prescribe psychiatric meds and will do counseling, mental health appointments as well. But it's they're primary care physicians, so it is also so it's often, if your insurance doesn't cover like kind of other things, sometimes your PCP can help to a certain extent, but also like just going to more than your annual physical tends to always cost more, because your annual physical, like, great, that's covered once a year usually, but beyond that, and then if you don't have insurance, it's a whole thing. But so like, and then if you're stressed about money, like it's and who isn't stressed about money, like, because it's like, even if you don't have
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. right. But like, even if you're not, in poverty, you don't want to spend a lot of money all the time. Like, or you shouldn't at least. But anyway, addiction's very common. Some people take medication.
Just scanned.
Some people take medications to deal with it. Some people are able to deal through just talk therapy. Some people are able to deal just on their own, whatever. But there's a lot of different kinds of addiction too. But also, I'm in this weird scenario, like you said, like you wouldn't go up to the deli counter and be like, here's all the things I'm going with. But I'm in a customer service, like, front facing position where people do. Yo, have fun. That is a more fun thing than what we're currently talking about, Spaceballs. But anyway,
merchandising.
I love
Spaceballs, the mental health chat.
A Druish princess. Funny, she doesn't look
Druish. She's a base.
I've actually seen PTSD from a roller derby injury.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense though, right? Because
surgery,
that same person, I have legitimate like handheld through a panic attack related to and I mean, and it was a particularly bad injury, but it was just
There was the day after I passed my driver's test, I got rear-ended. So I didn't even have my license. I had a little printout that said that I'd passed my test.
Oh no.
And then thank God my dad was with me, so I was able to he was kind of able to be like, I've got some flares and let me put this thing up, because it was on this really, really bad merge where you couldn't really see the incoming traffic. I was not at fault, but it's a horrible merge. And the poor teenager who hit me was she was at fault, but it was such a bad merge, And
how was the merge?
It was bad. That's how bad it was. But for years I could not drive on that merge. I would go an alternate route.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I still don't like to get it. I don't like to take it.
If
I know that if I know that I tend to take an alternate, but there's and it's on the way to my sister's place, so I never drive the way GPS would send me. I'll always take this one alternate. But I've taken it a couple times since and they've done they made it a little bit more visibility, but now I don't have full PTSD from that. But it's normal as human beings to say, didn't enjoy that experience.
Right.
Would rather not repeat it.
Let's not do that again. Yeah.
So there's an evolutionary reason why we develop these traumas and these PTSDs, but they're sometimes debilitating. And you're not broken or wrong for developing it. It's just, but it's hard to deal with.
And I think that gets at something else that was definitely a lesson I had to learn, is that these things are a spectrum, right? It's very easy to get into the binary thing of a doctor won't diagnose me with PTSD, so I must be making it all up.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is obviously a lot more complicated than that. The anxiety that I struggle with is a trauma response. I did not grow up anxious. It's not how my brain inherently was. In fact, a long time ago, X and I used to fight over how nonchalant I was about literally everything. And frankly, she was right. I probably was a little too carefree in my 20s. And coming out as trans and all of the shit surrounding that, over the course of time, there was no one horrifically traumatic thing that happened to me, but it's just the fear of living in the world as a trans person and hearing stories about what other people go through. It just ratchets up the daily level of anxiety, and that weighs on you, and it has a weathering effect. And at some point a switch flipped, and I am an anxious person now. I have anxiety in a very real way that is similar to anxiety I have seen in people who do have an acute traumatic event happen to them. When I hear them talk about the kind of daily anxiety they feel, I feel very seen in that, even though it didn't come from an acute traumatic incident for me.
Right.
And that doesn't make it any less real. It might make it harder for me to get a diagnosis from a doctor that would let me get medicated for it, but it doesn't make it any less real. And there's two sides of that make it really hard to have the discussion. One is the not recognition that those things are a spectrum, because the point is is it bad enough that it interferes with your life? If the answer is yes, it's a problem, regardless of whether certain boxes are ticked or not.
Right.
But there's also the tendency the internet has to run with things and trivialize them. How many people flippantly refer to well, my OCD, et cetera, when they're just talking about maybe being a little quirky, and they're not talking about a thing that is a legit impediment. And they're I know people who have OCD.
Right.
And I've seen what that illness can do to people. And so when I hear people say things like that, it makes me rage because it's so trivializing. But that also but that can lead back to the gatekeeping effect, right? Well, you don't have a diagnosis, so you're not allowed to use that word, which is not the place you want to get. And so there's just a pendulum swing that makes it really, really difficult from both sides. And that's just yet another thing on the spectrum of things that make mental health stuff really difficult to talk about.
That's so true. Yeah.
You want to, and I also want to say, definitely, ask other people how they're doing, check in, and I have found, actually, weirdly enough, when someone's being, weirdly hostile to me, not necessarily, a full-on attack, but they're just being a little hostile, I I have been able to, I have found that rather than being like, hey, why are you being a jerk? Because that's very combative. I have found that I've been like, is everything okay? Like, you just seem not yourself. I have found that actually diffuses it a lot. Because now, because a lot of people
really
are just kind of like,
yeah,
but whatever. But also, when you're checking in on other people, and especially if you're taking in a lot of sad stories, it's also very important to check in on yourself, because it's really, because if you're going to be the like a care, and especially if you find yourself in the caretaker role of other people, you really need to be taking care of yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
So when we're advocating for you to like check in on your friends and stuff like that, we're not telling you to become their therapist. We're telling you to like help encourage them to find a therapist. Like,
yes,
because like you're not a professional, and if you are, they're your friend, so that's not your place.
Don't do it. Don't psychoanalyze your friends. No, I don't know if you should or not. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if that's a thing or not.
Yeah. I will say, like, to Anna's point of
yeah.
Is there something I need to know?
Oh no. Let's just yeah.
Continue.
Oh, okay.
You're good, sorry.
No, what I was gonna say was, I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned like encouraging people to find therapists, right? And so that in itself can be scary. And I know I myself, the first time that I was like, I think I need to go see a therapist. I mean, it is kind of scary because you feel like you have to, I don't know, tell them everything. You don't have to tell them everything. But the thing I want to encourage if somebody is starting to look for a therapist is don't get discouraged as if the very first one you don't like them, right? Like sometimes it takes a little while to understand how they work, how you work, if that works together or not.
Right.
One of the things that I knew, and I've now had 3 or 4 different therapists throughout my entire life for different reasons, whether it was family or if it was personal.
Oh, yeah, I've had a lot.
And the thing that I have learned about myself just in general is that I need to have a conversation with somebody when I'm having therapy, because it does feel a little bit more like a conversation with my friends. But I had to tell some of my therapists up front. I was like, look, I need you to have a conversation with me or this is not going to work. Like, I need there to be questions. I need there to be answers. Like, there are going to be days I don't want to talk at all. And there are going to be days where, like, it's great if you don't say anything. And I had to be very honest with my therapist about that. So they then knew how to work with me, right? Because I did have a therapist that was like, and how does that make you feel? And all I wanted to do was like, bitch,
right.
For a reason, right? Like,
can't you tell? If you can't tell how I'm feeling right now, you're fired. What are you, Deanna Troy? What's happening?
She's hiding something, Captain.
But that is something that I know discourages people because they're like, oh my God, the therapist was awful. I can't do it. Like, it's just bad. Like, therapy's bad, whatever. Or just didn't feel like it didn't help you in any way. And then the other thing is, and this is hard, this takes research, takes learning about stuff, takes asking people, is to understand the different like modalities of therapy, which is a whole other thing.
This is huge.
And understanding what works best for you. Like, there's the basic one, which I always call, I just call it basics, I don't know what else to call it, is like cognitive behavioral therapy, which is all about like changing the way you think about things, right? Like, and that's beneficial to a certain extent. And that sometimes that's great for just, that's what people need. For me personally, that wasn't enough. Regular just talk therapy, while it worked to a certain point, I kept feeling like I was coming up against something and I couldn't break through, like a wall. And it took a cousin of mine and then doing some research to understand that because of my past trauma in my childhood and then generational trauma through my family, like I needed EMDR, which is a whole other type of modality. And the way it works is basically it tries to stimulate both sides of your brain at the same time to like cut through into the middle through the bullshit to like get you to, I don't know, but that's like generally how it works. And it seems to work for me.
Yeah, dialectical behavioral therapy is another one that I've have a lot of friends who have had success with.
Yeah. And so that's one of those things, like, it can be daunting. Ask your friends who have gone to therapy before, like, have them, if they're willing to have what I just said to you, like, have them talk about, like, this didn't work for me. This worked for me. This didn't work for me. And then honestly, like, you might have to do a little bit of research to understand, like, oh, I'm the type of person that I need somebody to get in my face, maybe, right? Or like confront me, right? Like, the only way I'm going to break through is
or don't, or very specifically
don't at all, right?
For sure.
Yeah. And I will also say, like, so I had like 5 therapists / counselors before finding my current one, who's fantastic. My first 2 were good. One of them moved to an entirely different state because she had to take care of her mom. So like that was just them's the breaks. That was my first one. And my second one switched careers. And I was like, is it me?
No.
Girl's too crazy. I can't even do this anymore.
But and then like I had a few that it wasn't so much that they were bad as much as like I wasn't getting reliable, like the appointments, it wasn't reliable, and then the place I was going to kept being like, oh, we can't have you see this person, so we'll have you, and it's like, well, I'm not developing a relationship with someone.
Right, I can't, like, no, you can't just, no.
So eventually I found my current therapist, who's fantastic, and I've been going to her for years, and I also had a psychiatrist. I ended up getting a psychiatrist that was in the same building. It's like they're private practices, but they like are the same group kind of thing. Right. And I signed off on paperwork for them to be able to like discuss me as a patient.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So, which is fantastic. So he would handle the medication, because ultimately it became clear that it, like, exactly, cognitive behavioral therapy was good for me, but it was not enough.
Right.
And that I needed medication. And so great seeing a psychiatrist. I would talk about personal things, but also but more so in like what is happening in your life right now. Is it related to to how you're feeling, or is it the medication making this feeling? Or like kind of like whereas my therapist talk about kind of just everything. And then like with my psychiatrist, we weigh me, because it's like, how is your weight being impacted by the medication? And also like your weight does impact like what meds, the dosage and certain things. Like he has a scale in a way where you don't have to see the weight if you don't want to. That's not a trigger for me, but for other people it is. And it's fantastic. I don't currently see him anymore because I've been stable on my medication for years. So now my PCP prescribes my psychiatric medications.
Oh, okay.
So which saves me money.
Right.
A thing I will say that I think should be brought into the conversation, to be clear, I am extremely pro therapy, but I think something that when we're talking about being pro therapy sometimes gets talked past a little bit is how difficult it can be.
It's so hard
to not even to just do it, but to find a therapist.
Yeah.
Because like I had, when I was looking for the last time I was looking for a therapist, my difficulty was finding a therapist who was competent about trans stuff, but would not tie all of my problems back to being trans.
Right.
Because my very first therapist I saw specifically for gender stuff. And so that was like most of the conversations were like figuring out who I am and figuring out how to move through the world. And it was great. And I have nothing but good things to say about her. But I had trouble after that with like, because most people who don't do trans specific stuff, at least in my experience, if you're just a therapist, I shouldn't say just a therapist, if your specialty is depression, anxiety, that sort of stuff, that doesn't necessarily come with trans competence. And the easiest trans competent therapists to find are people who primarily do therapy for trans stuff.
Right, of course.
And so that was a challenge that I had. But then like bringing insurance into the equation, bringing like regional bias into the equation, the fact that telemedicine is harder now, as we move not out of COVID, because we are not, but like as we move away from it being the center of things. Like for a minute it was actually easier to access that kind of stuff, and it I think had a lot of positive effects for people, but a lot of that's going away. And this is a thing that I've seen a lot of people struggle with. Like I desperately want to be in therapy. I've gone through 12 people and they all say that like my problems are because I'm gay, my problems are because I'm trans, my problems are because I won't forgive my mother who beat me, like that sort of stuff. And so I want to make sure that that is like acknowledged, and it's because obviously like doing the work is hard.
Yeah.
Right? Like doing the work is so incredibly difficult.
With someone you trust. Like,
right.
Yeah.
But also being in a vulnerable spot where you need to seek help and then having to get over top of all of the barriers to get there, especially if you are multiply marginalized in several ways, especially if money is a struggle and insurance is a struggle. Our society does not make that easy.
And where you live. I'm going to say it, and where you live, whether or not it's even accessible, right? Because there are parts of the country where there aren't going to be therapists that are involved in any LGBTQ issues at all.
Oh, yeah.
And then the only way to find one would be through some sort of telehealth and would be somewhere else, but then you're paying a whole bunch of money because it's out of state and your insurance doesn't cover it. Or then there's the thing of whether or not they can even take you on as a patient because they have to be licensed in that state as well. Like there's that whole other thing. So it is difficult to.
It's tough.
Find someone.
Yeah, that's like, and so like so whenever people ask me like, how do I start by finding a therapist? Is like, I always kind of say like, first of all, it's gonna be a bit of a headache, but it is a really worthwhile headache. I truly feel it is. Because when you get it, it's fantastic. In like, again, with my job, I always say like your primary care provider, any doctor's office primary care provider will have a referral list of different specialties, and they will have a list of referrals for psychiatric and for therapy.
And they may even like it, since you probably have spent a lot of time with your PCP. If they know you and can match you up with somebody, right? Yeah.
And if you don't have a PCP, like the easiest place to start would be your insurance, and your insurance does have an in-network list of doctors.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I will also say,
right.
Yes. Well, and that's the other thing. That's the horrible thing.
If you do,
like, so and I have, and the other thing is like men also, people who are socialized as male are also heavily discouraged away from therapy and any mental health support. And it's
I look weak.
Yeah, and it's fascinating. Like when it comes to physical medical conditions, women are often dismissed, and like symptoms, things we talk about the symptoms of physical medical ailments, and they tend to be talked about in only how they present in men. Like the way the heart attacks present in men is what we hear about heart attack symptoms but we don't hear about the women symptoms presenting. But when it comes to mental,
like an anxiety or panic attack, just saying, people don't know that.
But when we talk about mental health, we tend to talk about the symptoms of depression and such with women versus men. And it is a real issue. And I will say part of that comes from like from sexism of like, a woman's got a problem. She's not actually in pain. She must be crazy. Send her to the lunatic. And then ironically, more women's mental health got studied. But like anyway,
right.
But anyway, so it's like, oh great, that's interesting. It's bad all around.
Because men are all perfectly rational creatures.
She's got the hormones, you see? Like, it's just all...
been wandering. But anyway.
Oh my god.
So I have a male friend who is a great friend. Definitely was socialized in a very much more gendered male sphere than even my other friends who are just as like went to all boys school kind of like his whole life.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
until going to college, and then his college was predominantly male demographic wise because it was a engineering school. And he is a great person, and so there are certain sexist things he has to unlearn. But he's a very good person. So whenever you're like, "Hey, that's not true," he's like, "Oh, okay," and then just fixes it. Which is great. Cool. It's just like,
love that, Dave. Love that.
That's so wonderful. Oh, that's
Aw,
fantastic.
that is great.
It's fantastic.
Do that
Therapy
shit
after
myself.
funerals. That's valid. I hanging out with him, I said something to him. I said something like, there are a few people I've met more that I think have a more obvious anxiety disorder than you. I straight up said that to him because he was just like, I don't know if I'd ever need therapy, because I'm very open about the fact that I go to therapy and stuff. And he was like, I don't know if I could ever. And I was like, there are a few people I've met in my life that have a more obvious anxiety disorder than you.
Oh my
Like, 'cause
gosh!
I
Wow.
wouldn't normally say it, but it's the way we talk to each other. And he literally was like, yeah, but I kind of like it though. You know, it keeps me on edge. And I was like, you are
Oh my God.
hurting yourself. Like, and it was like this, like, I have said to him, like, therapy's great. You have insurance. Like, he has insurance. He does not have a primary care provider. He was like, I probably have one. I was like, when was the last time you went? And he was like,
Probably.
and he just stopped. And I was like,
What does
it was
probably mean?
and I was like, well, he was like, oh yeah, I have one. I was like, was it your pediatrician? And he was like, yeah.
Girl.
And I'm like, you are a full adult, my guy.
Girl.
And so, you know, but at the same time, it's not my job to like be like, here's your doctor, here's your appointment. Like,
No,
she's a friend of mine. We're like,
right.
you know, and
Thank
I can't
you for
take that label on.
recognizing that and holding
But,
that boundary, Anna.
Girl.
Thank you to my therapist for reminding me.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
good. See, go to therapy, kids.
Like,
Yes.
Do it. Great. No, you're good.
Anyway, but he's, through me talking so openly about therapy, he's got a little bit more like, yeah, maybe. And I've been like, dude, what I will do for you is I can print you out the full referral list that my office has.
my
If you
God.
want that.
Oh my God.
That's easy, because I asked, I was like, am I allowed to like email this to myself? Because I have so many friends who,
Yeah, I mean, it
it's
should
so
be
hard
right.
to find
You would give it to like
therapy.
somebody walking on the street, right?
and they were like, yeah, no problem. And it's just a list of therapists. They're not all necessarily accepting new patients, but it's just a list.
Of course,
to
yeah,
start.
that's the other thing too. Like, once you start finding people, are they even taking
Speaking of
people?
barriers.
Speaking of
but it's just a
barriers,
list, and I've sent it to people of like, hey, and I've got one of my friends. I helped her find a therapist recently, and she's been going, and that's been good. And like, and it's just so, you know, I wish that I'm still working on them, but in my own boundaries, I'm trying to be like, hey man, wouldn't it be great if you like, one, went to your PCP yearly, and and like, two, wouldn't it be great to figure out all this brain stuff while you have insurance?
Brain stuff?
Because
life
is uncertain.
Yeah, when I was looking for a therapist last time, I would call people and they would just never call back. So not even the fact that they're not taking pay, like, you don't even know, like, because you call and you just immediately get a voicemail and you leave a voicemail and they just never freaking call you back. I'm like, what is
They
even
won't
happening?
always call back doctors' offices either, because that's part of my job, is calling doctors' offices, be like,
my
hey, we
God.
need these records faxed to us. And people are always like, oh, but the provider line's quicker. No. Not necessarily. And if you call the provider line at my office and you're not a provider, I hate you.
Oh, I would never do that. No, that's
because people who are not necessarily trained on phones
hang up.
Answer the provider line.
Right,
they
of course.
Can't help you. They don't know how to schedule an appointment necessarily.
They should just hang up. They should be like, oh, you're not a provider. Hang up.
well, usually what they do is they transfer you, and then you're waiting on hold longer. It's just, don't do that.
Well, that's what happens to people who try and cheat. Don't cheat. All right, we're gonna jump back into Jackbox before I have to go.
We're gonna do a hard pivot.
That is a hard pivot.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
Hey guys, you know what's also important for mental health? Laughter.
This is true. This is so true.
My dad always said laughter was the best medicine. I guess that's why a lot of us died of tuberculosis.
Oh my God.
Randy, does your camera follow you?
It does.
His camera's following him, and it's great.
When you like moved, it went down, and I was not prepared.
Oh no, now it doesn't know where I am. Come back. I gotta stop it. I can stop it.
Alrighty.
Oh no, it didn't stop. It's still going. Oh no, it did stop. Okay.
Stop.
The all-seeing eye.
It's terrifying.
More
Hard pivot.
Hard.
Very hard pivot.
Unhinged. We did
Alrighty.
promise unhingery.
We just wanted to check in,
Unhingery.
and I guess. But I'm glad we
Unhingery.
had that talk. I'm glad we did.
I am too. It's important. I like.
Yeah, talk to people about their stuff. Like, not in a
Don't
weird
want to
way,
be
but-
like, flippant about the difficulties involved, but
No, it is really
therapy.
Oh, is
and
everyone
or
in? Why am I
medication.
the person that has to do the thing?
You are the person who has to do the thing.
I don't want to be the person to do the thing. That requires
You must have got
you.
in first.
I did.
Great men don't seek power; they have it thrust upon them. I assume it works that way for women as well, and maybe for non-binary people. I don't know.
Maybe.
I assume.
Probably just men, actually.
But also,
I mean,
Women and non-binary folks aren't given opportunities.
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
like
Oh,
probably
that's
do
real.
mean that.
can we like
It's
share the
Depressing because
body
it's
screen?
true.
Can we share the screen for people?
I can't. Okay. What is effing happening? Reconnect. Okay, there it is. Sorry.
Oh.
Can we put Jackbox on the screen?
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, we're all like,
we're all very, very good at this.
Da-da-da-da. Oh.
Alrighty, now that we've laughed at our own jokes that the audience can see, your audience, remember, you can play,
Yay.
you can vote in the audience by putting that code into jackbox.tv. The code is YPZG. Because I'm glad that
Okay,
we
Anna's
we can
back
laugh
in
at-
chat.
a classic never dies.
because we can laugh now that we fixed mental health.
Right.
Yeah,
let's
mental
fix
health
everything.
solved.
Guys,
All
we fixed it.
all the Star Trek episodes are great now. Everyone loves them. We solved mental health. We should do this more often. This is amazing.
We
That's
did
why
it,
we just
friends.
take a break and play a game. We're just solving all the problems. We can't do everything. Like, somebody else got to do something.
My trap is fiendishly simple, Mr. Bond. Once I pull this lever, the floor will become Armis. Arresting you.
I mean, you look like a pile of shit. Who said that? It's just so good every time.
Ah,
Frank call.
sorry, I thought of Armis, and that's why I got a meaty. That's why, like, when I was playing, I went, ha ha.
Finish the rhyme. Roses are red, violets are blue.
Finish
I
the
got you
rhyme.
this card.
Go for it.
It's made from poo. Yeah, that's poo too. Oh, those are both really good.
So funny.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that was tough.
oh,
Audience
Oh.
love-
You know what?
All right, guys, our audience
am-
loves poop jokes.
I'm not mad at losing to that, Randy. That was very good.
Yeah.
Huge twist. Turns out the
Huge-
monster was really Blake wearing
Like,
a mask the whole
mask
time.
time.
Data or
Must
Masaka
The
is waiting.
only villain.
Speaking of episodes that we will go to the mat to defend,
Oh my gosh. Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
Masks is good Star
Oh
Trek,
my gosh.
All
Right.
and you are allowed to be wrong and disagree.
Oh, stole it again.
Relationship rules: never go to bed angry and never wake up
Period.
without your sex code. Period.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh man.
Dave gets us, and we appreciate Dave for that. Thank you, my friend.
Nana always kept it
Yeah.
lit.
Nana
Nana
always
always
kept it.
kept it lit. And don't you dare kink shame Nana.
Don't kink shame Nana.
I'd read 2 chapters.
Great therapist there. You would?
Yeah.
Lizard
Who
babies
wouldn't
spawn
is the
out.
question.
Oh, this pink is
Wow.
the first time lizards beat the
The baby
candle.
candle, yeah.
Oh wow.
It's because everyone now realizes
flip.
that they love Threshold.
That's
Right.
what it is.
We-
Very
And that it's a
clearly.
perfect episode. But also
We
we
did
all
it.
recognize that we love Sub Rosa.
It's true. It's true. It's a tough
I
one.
think
I think we already knew that.
We already
Yeah,
knew that.
we knew that.
We were spreading the gospel there.
Yeah, that's fair.
We did have a whole Sub Rosa Day stream.
It's true.
Oh. Nope.
Yep.
Oh my god. I have to. I'm really sorry about
Yes.
it.
No, you should not be.
I think everyone's gonna know our stance on some of these things.
Oh gosh, I'm struggling with this one.
Pew pew.
This one is. You might have the same one I have, Callie, because it's.
Oh, did you get a weird one?
Yeah.
3 people in the audience. I think that's a record for us, honestly.
No, there were 4 last time because we got 2 and 2.
Oh, right. Who left?
Earlier. Who left? We're gonna track you down. That's how to get an audience.
It was probably Hugo, because Hugo.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Spaceballs the convention or
That's
whatever.
true, that's true.
Spaceballs the meetup.
Baseballs, the light
The mental health chat.
Baseballs, the flamethrower.
It's a Star Trek tie-in though, Timrose.
I know. We ain't found shit.
We ain't found shit.
A new football penalty. The offense loses 20 yards for falling into
20 yards. Oh, I mean, look, I have to defend this because clearly you get punished less for the prime directive than the fucking plan. So I'm gonna have to. That's why I had to pick that.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
good point.
No, valid.
This is a commitment to take prime directive violations slightly more seriously.
right.
After the wheel and fire, what was humanity's third discovery?
Oh god.
Warp or crystals. We want
Crystals.
crystals.
Under crystals.
I'm so glad you did the voice, Callie.
I am obsessed with Galrakians. I love them so much. I may be the only person in the world to have cosplayed a Galrakian.
Yes, you
amazing.
did.
That's
So,
amazing.
no, I've seen other people, but yours was. I'm pretty
You've
sure.
seen other people do Galrakians?
I've seen like one
Yes,
or two.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I need pictures.
They were
Wow,
Galrakians.
take that, Zephyr Cochrane. We wanted Chris.
I know. F that. Sorry,
What the heads on Mount Rushmore complain about? Oh
Oh.
my god. Attention goes to Dr. Pulaski. No, they'd like Dr. Pulaski because she's racist.
Yeah.
right. Oh, right. Well, they complained she got cut off the show then because she was racist.
Anna, I love that you brought in the TOS.
Thank
Oh my
you.
God. Yeah.
Space Abraham Lincoln.
So good.
Spabraham Lincoln.
Yo,
Randy,
know.
no.
have you
A solid
watched that
pickup line for
episode in a
hockey player.
while?
Do you want to see my
It's
top shot
crazy.
or my stick?
I'm gonna go with what I feel like they would be able to produce.
Was this the one I did this for too? Because this was mine, and I was like, I don't know what to put.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you at least came up with one that was Star Trek.
Right,
Well, that was,
right.
yeah.
Oh, you won with it. You want to
That's
see
a
my
deserved
Dom
win.
Jot?
That's fair.
Human.
I should have said
Must
Dom
stick.
Jot. Is what I should have said, like the Tom Jot pool stick. Yeah.
No, like pain stick reference. Come on.
Oh, I didn't
that's
think
a
about
good-
that. Oh, I should have.
Oh.
Probably just want to like hit yourself with a pain stick or something. Your first day.
Yeah.
Dark
Oh,
charge.
Whiplash. Set up heightening twist.
It's third round. The stakes have never been higher.
Never.
Oh, God. Okay.
Oh my god.
God.
This has nothing to do with Star Trek. I could not make it be Star Trek.
My stickball. It's like a golf tournament thing.
Oh yes.
So, M. Vasquez, I don't know. Have you watched our other streams? Why am I not recognizing? I just don't recognize the corgi butt. If you're a new
Corgi
fan,
butts are
welcome.
so
I know who it is.
Oh,
I
you
know
do?
who it is.
Okay. Okay, good. Because I was like, wow, someone new has joined and is watching this chaos. But okay.
My stick.
But I
That's
do
gonna
love
be my
corgi
pickup line
butts.
from now
They're
on.
so good.
I'm very, very proud of my answer.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I couldn't. Yeah.
Yep. I know. Yep.
And I do believe you've met the corgi butt in Vegas.
Okay.
3 things you can
Oh.
wear to a
Probably
business
just-
meeting to show you deserve respect. Edo clothing, stick about this thick and balls.
This long.
Unhinged.
I'm with Starfleet. We don't lie.
No idea.
Hey!
There it is. Balls.
Those are both very good.
Kids are made of things like sugar, spice, and everything nice. What are adults made out of?
Lies.
Trillium, felicium, and everything goes sexium.
Oh
Or
wow.
Anaphasic energy goes candle goes sex.
Wow.
Because
Wow.
it rhymes.
Right. Amazing.
They're
Truly.
so good.
This is the height of art. Anyone who doesn't realize that. is
Yeah, when I
dumb.
said I was really proud of mine, that was the one.
Yeah,
That's
that's,
so
yes.
Oh.
Must pick.
They were
Absolutely,
both
that's
very
the best
good.
answer.
Trillion
Do you appreciate the one person that voted for me? Thank you. Dun, dun, dun.
Must
Not
dick.
gonna be- Definitely not
I
going to
must.
be me.
Last.
Hey, nice one.
Hey.
Rain!
Oh God.
I love the rain.
I'm such a
Yo,
happy
and-
little poop there on the palm.
That's a happy little poop.
M. Vasquez, I love that you're saying I don't know much about Trek,
Oh, are
but
we
you
doing
also
another round?
you learned a lot about Trek today.
Yeah.
Of us going
This
over
is-
those episodes.
Or have you?
I have to say, this is such a high compliment because
I know.
because whenever we do
we only
this,
talk
I'm
about
like,
that.
like there's a group of like 5 people. This is probably really great for.
Right.
This
And
is-
they're not watching.
This is very validating, friend. I appreciate you. We've probably got time for one more before Randy.
Yeah,
leaves, right?
yeah,
Oh
let's
yeah,
do
so we're, yeah.
I
Somebody
started
already hit
it. I didn't
Somebody
know.
already hit the button. on top of
I
it.
did,
Love that.
I
He was
There it
like,
is.
we're going.
There it is. Then more depressing content. No, I'm just kidding.
No. Depressing content is you won't be here, but
Oh, okay.
there was a theme in my answers, let me tell you. Not just Star Trek, more specific.
I don't like this is terrible.
I would kind of love to do like a drag queen, see a drag queen performance of like Masaka. Like a
Oh,
drag
wow.
Data with a mask and just be like,
Wow.
Masaka! I just
Masaka
That
is
sounds
serving.
a little avant-garde for most
It
drag
just hit me.
audiences.
Masaka is serving.
I'll pitch it to
Hey.
Proudly Go.
You should. Heather will do it.
Yeah. Heather would.
Heather Wood.
Yes.
I got it. I got it.
I got it. Sometimes we get our own jokes. Not always.
Double entendre. With the best credit card ever, you can redeem points for Umox or Wadi tokens.
Oh.
Gamify.
Yep.
That's such bullshit.
Oh.
Bullshit. Oh no.
Horny
Oh,
Ferengi will only get you so far.
Terrible motto made for a self-driving
Oh my
car.
goodness.
Pikes
Oh
Chargers.
no.
Oh
Oh
no.
no. No, 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 no.
I had to go there.
No.
I'm surprised no one said Cybertruck because they are awful.
Oh, I didn't want to give him the airwaves.
Right, yeah.
Awful.
That's really what it was. I did think about it. I was like, oh, I don't want to give him
I
those
saw my
airwaves.
first one IRL, and
There's 100
Oh,
of them around here. It's awful.
There's so many here. It's annoying.
2 words that will
Oh!
get a big laugh as a callback. Elevator shaft, laser baby.
How do I choose this? Oh my god! All right, I have to just because of.
Yeah. It's okay. It's all good. I understand.
I mean, if they're talking about it on Mount Rush,
Oh, wow.
I totally get it. If anything else is go up against
That's
it,
fair.
I'm fine, but
no ghost sex either. That's fine.
Instead
I
of a
almost put
siren,
that.
police could get cars to respond faster by blasting. Move along normal plasma.
I love Marie.
Vent the plasma. I didn't know what to put.
Dave, I don't know. I'm not sure what this is in reference to, but I agree.
Elevator shaft, probably.
See, my theme was I put in Wadi tokens and move along home. I was like, wow.
Oh, all right, all right.
I got a theme this time.
All right, after round 1.
Yay.
Oh,
that's
Anna.
like-
Anna.
all right.
Guys, for Vegas, should we all cosplay the Wadi?
I mean,
That'd be fun.
I'm in.
Just at the
All
table, and
together?
people come, you're like, just don't talk to him.
Would you like to play a game?
Like, make him get the hell away from me.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
All right. Oh man. All right. So while we wait a little bit for people putting their answers, does anyone have any fun things that they did for Pride? That in the chat that they want to put in?
I did.
Then
several
again,
things
you're
like
hanging.
that.
Then again, you're hanging out with us, so maybe you don't have fun plans.
This is the last day of Pride.
No,
Okay.
I'm just messing.
I did plenty all month.
Unspeakable things to my girlfriend.
Disney, fun.
Unspeakable things to several people. Oh, Disney.
Disney, yeah.
fun,
Randy's a
fun.
Disney.
Yes.
A Disney gay.
Definitely did that. Definitely did
A
that.
Disney. Yeah, I didn't finish that sentence. Randy is a Disney.
If only.
Yeah.
If only.
You have a lot of money.
We'd be taking a lot more trips.
And Vasquez went with us to
What
Disney.
could an
Yes.
called Squishler before Klingon crushing kink or founder dating?
Those are both dating apps, though. Like, sexy and like-
Thank you. Oh, audience.
Oh.
Love it.
Way to go,
Wow.
audience.
All right.
Thank you, audience. I appreciate you. What's the scary conspiracy Uncle talking about this year?
Oh God.
Paramount canceling all.
Oh,
shows. That was an
no.
inside job.
359 was an inside job.
The founders aren't real. Something about caves.
Yeah.
Can we use that big weapon, or can we use that big thing to bring my boyfriend back? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dave, My works Pride group had an online meet, and a small group of us visited 2 cities for Pride as a group. Again,
Oh, that's
Yay!
cool.
fantastic.
In Michigan. In
My
Yeah.
oh, the only thing worse
The only
than
thing
watching
worth watching blank is watching it in slow
watching
motion.
it.
Mark might do literally anything or out of sleeping.
Wow, that's fair. Because it's gonna look the same. He's in his bucket, so I'm gonna say broccoli.
Right? That's what it is. In the bucket.
In the bucket.
Those are good.
My work had a Pride thing too. I was very happy.
A sign that your spin instructor hates you. She says she's tired of everyone wanting no crotch stretch warm-ups.
Just tired of your whining. I love they're both very like Deanna Troy.
They are very. That's weird.
I am surprised no one said the Talarian Alvaron being played during workouts. It's a deep cut reference. It's fine.
Me too.
Yeah, no, I'm totally surprised.
Totally surprised. I am very. So that was the first thing I thought was gonna happen.
It's the noisy shit Jono. The
We have
kid they
something
were-
to look forward. Wait. We have something to look forward to at Vegas.
Hey.
Yes.
Oh hey. Can't wait.
There was there's a Monet's slumber party show coming soon to drop out,
Yes.
and in the ad for it, they were playing "Don't Wake Leather Daddy" instead of "Don't Wake Daddy."
Oh my god, I love it. I love
laughing
it. I love
so hard.
it. I love it.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Don't be. So, Dave, are further details of your STLV cosplay a secret, or can we know? I am interested.
They accidentally hit submit.
Oh, okay.
3 simple truths about humanity.
I wanted to switch.
We are Starfleet. We don't lie. And Star Trek.
Simple truths.
We hold those truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident.
That Star Trek is amazing.
Yes, it is self-evident. We've proven it today. We've done the thing. It's fine.
Clearly.
Wow, nice split. Oh, audience.
Oh,
Thanks,
wow.
audience.
All right.
Thanks, audience.
The 3 most satisfying things to scream from a mountaintop.
Oh.
Assimilate this,
This.
bitch.
Kirk's climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? God! Kirk's climbing a
Oh,
mountain.
that's good.
Why is he climbing a mountain? All right,
Oh,
fair
no,
enough.
for
You guys
POS
none of
at
you
all.
seen that video?
Thank you.
You guys seen that video of Shatner describing that opening scene?
You could just
Oh.
have stopped it earlier. Have you seen that video of Shatner? Stop. No.
He's just like, Kirk's climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain?
Oh, once again. I want to recount. No, I'm just kidding.
The hanging chads.
the pregnant chads.
Waddy
My
tokens.
bad chads were pregnant. The waddy token chads. All right, I'm gonna head out at this juncture. Let's say a few things before I drop though. So we're gonna be in Vegas. We don't know what's happening because we never do. But we will be there. And we're going to have a table and everything, so that's fine. But we don't know what like panels or other stuff we're going to be able to
We're
do.
gonna get approved or whatever. Yeah.
We usually
no
find
idea.
that out a couple of days to a week beforehand.
I thought you were going to say a few minutes beforehand because that's also the case.
That is also
Sometimes
happening.
that happens.
Also
Sometimes
the case.
that happens.
Yes.
By the way, would you like to do another one later today? Yeah, sure.
In 20 minutes? Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
To be clear, while we are unhinged, that's not because we don't. It's not like we just say, "Hey, there's a stage here. Maybe we should do something."
Oh, right. No, like it's a clear invite, just very late. So we don't know what we'll be doing, but we will all be there. We have the table. We have new merch. I'm still not telling you what the exciting new merch is because I have to make them. And I am making them. It's in the process of them being made. I don't have to start the whole process, but it's going. But you saw the rainbow self-sealing stem bolts already. I have a whole huge box of those. So we made those. We have old favorites. Oh, you know what I'm bringing this year too? Yes, Horgons. I'm bringing back some of the hollow emitters. The portable hollow emitters. Because I had some printed last year and I just didn't have time to finish them, and people asked several times. So I will have those as well, just because people ask about them and it's an easy costume to throw on. What else? Oh, go look at. Please look at Jackie Cox's Instagram. She's raising money for the Trevor Project right now. We always like to throw you a charity to go after, and if you give Jackie some love, that's great too. So yeah, go see her. Go donate to her fundraiser. Same one that Nina is doing for Drag Race. If anyone's watching Drag Race, who is lovely. I worked with Nina as well. Oh, okay. It's a secret apparently for the costume for
Oh, interesting.
If people can spot you.
Right.
Oh, that's great. What else? I don't know. Vegas is the next thing.
We'll still be very queer.
Still be very. We're gonna have lots of rainbows. Oh, I did order some fun giveaways for the table too. So I have some new stuff. Some new stuff to give away at the table too. So yeah, if you're in Vegas, come and see us. That's definitely the next thing that we're doing. So we're concentrating on that.
Buttons, or I can make different buttons.
Oh, cute! Those are always fun. Yeah. So we'll always have free stuff at the table too. So come by if you're there, and hopefully we'll be on stage doing something somewhere. Who knows? We don't know. But all right, I will leave you kids to it. But thanks for having me and us. And we have another fun panel that you guys are talking about that I will miss, but you guys have fun doing it. So thanks to Mike, folks. Thanks to people watching. Love y'all. I'll see you everyone later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so, now that he's gone.
We can relax.
All right.
So the last time we did a longer stream, I don't remember if we did it right at the end, but we did it at some point where we just talked about other queer media that we like. And that's kind of a thing that I think is mostly Anna's idea, which is great and I love.
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk. And Anna, you made slides, did you not? Do I?
Give me 1 second. I'm just bringing up a slideshow.
I love it.
Yes.
I'm gonna give an honorable mention while you're bringing up your slideshow.
Sucks, so give me a second.
Also, her internet sucks. I'm gonna bring up an honorable mention while Anna's working on it. I gotta talk about Bob's Burgers for a second.
Okay.
And this is not a show that people might necessarily think of, and this is why it's an honorable mention, because it's a little bit like Star Trek in that some of it's subtext and some of it's mentioned here and there. There's one point. So first of all, Bob's Burgers, if you don't know, it's a family show, or a show about a family. The kids are all chaotic. They run a restaurant, and it is a little bit crass sometimes, but not in ways that crosses the line into being problematic very often, I think. Mm-hmm. And usually by the end, people have learned lessons and adults admit they were wrong to kids, which I think is a really important dynamic to have in media, is when parents do, parents make mistakes like anyone else, of course, but I think a lot of times parents aren't encouraged to be honest and open and own things like that. And we see a lot of that in this show, which is great. There is a point where Bob pretty heavily implies that he's bisexual, which I love. Also, and this crosses the line into being problematic in some ways, but I think ultimately I feel okay about it. Bob ends up befriending a bunch of trans sex workers.
Okay.
And it's in the process of he's working a second job so he can have an amazing birthday party for Tina because she's turning 13. And in the midst of driving a taxi late at night, he ends up driving around a bunch of trans sex workers. And he he's a little weirded out at first, but very quickly they're just his pals and they're all friends. And there's one in particular that recurs throughout the series. Yeah, Marshmallow. Love Marshmallow. and it's interesting. Like the episode where they're introduced, it does kind of play it for comedy in a bit that like feels a little like not great. But the other times that she pops up in the show, if memory serves, like she's just like another of the cast of characters in the town that the family knows and like comes across every once in a while. And then I'll give an honorable mention to an episode I watched with my girlfriend just this morning. So later in the show, they introduce this character, Nat, who is I think that's her name, she's a limo driver. And just everything about her life is unhinged and wild, and just the wildest things happen to her.
That's the wrong one.
Which I feel very which I feel very like seen in, because we are a group of people that also sometimes has just the wildest shit happen to us. And turns out she's gay, and a part of this episode is her returning a snake to her partner. They had 2 snakes together. They were named Adam and Steve.
Now I know why I haven't watched this episode. That's why.
It's so good. It's
Danger Noodles. I'm good. Minus that.
It's ultimately about Nat and her ex, and they're a queer couple, and it's just, there's nothing presented about it being weird because it's a gay couple and they're all like very happy, and it's wonderful, and I am just head over heels in love with Bob's Burgers at the moment. It's part of my morning routine now. Can't get enough.
And I don't think Sarah is in the chat anymore, but Sarah is part of the Bev's Burgers, which is Bob's Burger style like drawings, but with Trek.
That's
Have I not told you about all this? Oh wait.
No, I don't know about this. Somebody share a link, please.
Oh, I will.
God, I'm so excited.
Burgers, right? And it's usually like here's a sticker.
I absolutely cannot get enough of crossovers like that.
Wait. Let's see if I
Oh my God, that's so good. Hang on. Put that back up to the screen if you wouldn't mind. I am.
I can there you go.
Oh my God, that's so good.
That is art. That is art.
And then there's other
the
crazy
height of art.
stuff too. It's Riker with the nipple out.
Oh God, I love Tina.
So there's
much.
but that's one way, a little crossover. So there you go. Shout out to Bev's Burgers. You can. That's our social media.
God.
Burgers. Yeah, but I'll send you the link.
I love that so much. I love
so good.
crossovers like that. Like I'm constantly thinking about like a Letterkenny Star Trek crossover, like what that would look like. Just things that like truly don't seem like they would fit together.
So we were fighting the board the other day.
Right, yeah.
All right. So I made a little slideshow of queer media recommendations. I did give a lot of these another time, but it was not super formal. So, and I've got it more formal now. So anyway, to the next slide, because my internet keeps crashing every time I try to restart. So Dimension 20. I'm obsessed with the show, and y'all should also be. So yes. Dimension 20 is a D&D actual play show. For those that don't know, it's on dropout.tv. It is the only streaming service that dropout.tv is the only streaming service that I genuinely feel amazing about being subscribed to, because I actually watch all of the content. It used to be College Humor, and then they became Dropout. They do fantastic content. So Dimension 20, if you're interested in getting into D&D or something, it's them playing Dungeons and Dragons. You don't have to know a lot about Dungeons and Dragons to get into it. The casts, there's a main cast that does once a season, and then they also have spin-off series that will have different casts. And Lee Mulligan is usually the dungeon master, but they also have guests.
He's so good.
He's so good. But they also have some guest dungeon masters as well. I believe every single season, of campaign of different characters, whatever, has had at least one queer character, or and a queer player. I believe. Yeah. I'm almost positive. I know that when I made this slide, that was true. I don't think it's changed though.
Yeah. I've only ever seen Dungeons and Drag Queens. And in fact, that's so I had watched with Randy because of what you just said, which was I had never played Dungeons and Dragons. I've always wanted to play. And because it's, again, becoming more of a thing, and I mean, especially with Todd Dashwick being all about it and Will Wheaton being all about it and whatever, it's like, it's now intermixed into the Trek world. And I'm like, I want to play, I want to know, I want to whatever. But there's rules and there's whatever, and then some stuff is made up, and then and the only way really, you're right, is to like for someone to kind of grab the basic concepts if you're going to do that before you actually play is to watch it. And this was so well done, and it's hilarious that it's with the drag queens. I mean, and drag queen is not, it's so
Dungeons and Drag Queens is definitely, I would say it's the queerest, but again, that's hard to actually say because there's so there's always at least a queer character and queer player, and it's so good. There's Allie Beardsley, who is a pretty famous queer trans comedian who is one part of the regular cast when they do their seasons, plays Kristen Appleby's in Fantasy High, which was their first ever series, and they've now done 3 seasons of Fantasy High, which is very much like, it's a classic high school series, except it's like fantasy characters. There's elves, and they've got their classes, and plays Kristen Appleby's, who is a raised extremely religious by not good parents, and is this cleric of this like corn god Helio, and he's like, I'm gonna make friends with some bad kids and I'm gonna convert them all to Helio because I'm like a chosen of Helio. This is gonna go great. And then like very like discovers that they are queer, and it's fantastic. And it's just very silly, and it's very inspired by some of Allie Beardsley's upbringing too, and it's very cool. But there's so many great different instances of queerness, but also just fantastically funny, and also some really heartfelt moments. And Dungeons and Drag Queens is very accessible for your first one. I think they shot it in a weekend, which is crazy. Because it's a few episodes, but it's so good. The outfits are fantastic. I am obsessed. So good. It's so funny, and I think each first episode of each series is on YouTube for free.
Oh, it might be.
So you can try it first and see if you enjoy it. I know for like Fantasy High, the first entire season is on YouTube for free. And I think A Crown of Candy might be for free, or at least just the first episode is. And it's great. Crown of Candy is another one of my favorites. It's like Candyland meets Game of Thrones in the level of like intensity and people dying, but like Candyland characters, and it's so good. It's so good. And that has ace representation in that one, and just like it's so varied and beautiful, and I love it. Dimension 20 is fantastic, and they are playing live at Madison Square Garden in a few months. That's how big this has gotten. And I snagged tickets, but most people didn't because that stuff sold out. And anyway, but yeah, so next slide. If you could. So Kesha in general, fantastic. I believe Kesha music should be required for Pride. But also, Kesha did this fantastic music video, I Need a Woman to Love, which is basically a gay wedding video. She is actually an ordained minister, Kesha is, and she officiated a wedding for 2 female fans of hers in Vegas, and she used like clips of them talking about how much they love each other. I think they met at a Kesha concert or something, and then like intersperses it with her song I Need a Woman to Love. Kesha is bi. And part of like with my Queer Media Rex is I didn't just want TV shows or just want movies, or I wanted a lot of different content because everything can be gay. Everything. So that's a fantastic one. It's on YouTube. It's a good time. It makes me cry happy tears because it's very sweet and sentimental. The Dragon Prince. Yo, this one's great. This is a. Oh, Callie, you're muted.
I was just confirming that show is so good. I've not fully caught up on it yet.
I'm not fully caught up
it's
either.
So good.
It's fantastic. It's child appropriate. It's the same writers who created Avatar: The Last Airbender. So if you want to like
panel,
watch
but fantastic disability representation.
Fantastic disability representation in The Dragon Prince, and it is it's so good. And they have a few queer characters, like there's very specifically like there's a child who talks about their moms, and there's also the character I put in here was a newer character introduced in I want to say season 2, who is a like fawn elf character, and they are trans, and the way that they explain that in a way that makes sense is they talk about they mention they're like they're like, growing up everyone said I was a doe but I knew I was a buck. And their partner his partner uses magic and literally used magic to help him transition, and it's a great series. And it also like talks about some really important themes, just that are great in a great child appropriate way. Of like, there's other characters who have divorced parents, and it's just mentioned of like that and how like that can be a struggle for kids, but it's not the main focus. It's just other things, and it's also got really good solid drama where you're sitting there and be like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. And again, there's one of the main characters uses ASL, and so it's literally they actually signed ASL, and then they have another character who, and rather than having subtitles for it, essentially they have another character who is the character's like kind of best friend and also their interpreter, and
sort of a cool. Like a Riva situation.
Yeah.
TNG.
Yeah,
but there are other scenes where it is fully just never translated if it's like an intimate moment and that character isn't there. And also there are swear words that are signed. Well, at least once she signs bullshit, and he says something like, he's just like, stable boy, fetch a shovel and deal with this cow excrement. Just like, because he's like, and what's great about it is because like we live in a very digital age, you can very easily Google like, hey, what did she sign here? But
it's
also
such a breach of interpreter ethics, though. Like, if you're going to interpret, you have to interpret what the person says.
Yeah.
That is foundational ethics. If you're interpreting,
I will say I felt that was more of a character moment of him being like panicking of not being able to swear himself. I think that was more of because he, and the character who was being talked to knew exactly what she was saying. But it's fantastic. And
the parts that don't have the interpreter, though, I think that's a thing that I have heard. Like, I've heard about similar things happening at conventions where, like, for example, a deaf person is hired to do a talk, but the convention won't provide an ASL interpreter. And so the person like just got up on stage and did the whole talk in ASL while the audience couldn't understand what they were saying. And it's like, now you have the smallest taste of what life feels like for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like,
yes.
Drop the mic. And that, I think for a TV show to be brave enough to do a moment like that, because like, I'm sure there were people that were pissy about it. Right. And threw a fit about it. And it's like, that's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic series. And also like, you're telling a fictional story about like some intimate moments, like literally, like, spoiler, I guess, she is talking to her wife in a scene. It's just her and her wife. Why would the interpreter just be standing there being like, I love you? Like, no, obviously the wife is able to figure it. Like, it's fantastic. All right, but yeah, this is a great show, and that's on Netflix. So Our Flag Means Death. This did sadly get canceled before its time. I will say, so it had 2 seasons. They wanted to do 3. This ending is not a bad ending for it. It's just sad that it didn't get another season. Yeah, gay pirates. I will say the people
I know,
playing,
and I could not make myself get into this show.
and that's
And
fine, you know.
and I don't even have anything bad to say about it. I just watched it and I was like, oh, okay. Like, I get why people like it, but I was like not excited to watch a second episode.
And that's totally valid. You know, it's like, and that's the part of why I have a bunch of slides, because there's so much. And it's like growing up, there was like the one gay show, like Will and Grace is like, it was Will and Grace, or like, you know, all these different things. The amount of times growing up that I would literally watch something I did not care about because it had gay people in it. And now it's like, hey, we're actually getting a lot of content, so we can choose, and that's awesome. And we can also not watch bad representation, which is fantastic. So I will say, the two leads who are gay, and this is another thing, because I was watching it as it came out, just because it follows Steve Bonnet, and I have been obsessed with what a bad pirate he was. As a kid, I got really into the history of pirates, and I was like, yo, they're doing a show about Steve Bonnet and how he was a crappy pirate? Fantastic! And then it became gay, and I was like, I was super excited. The two leads who they are not gay actors, I will say, so that is something to be aware of, because you know, I'd rather gay parts go to gay actors. I will say they do have a non-binary pirate played by a non-binary actor, and it's very just high farce comedy. It's supremely campy and like absurdist. It's a great time. I really like it.
It's on Hulu.
Yeah, it's on Hulu. It's a good time. Hannibal, not funny, Hannibal, but also hilarious. So this series is a rom-com, and I will assert that genre classification till the day I die. So the opposite of queer baiting, many people were like, oh, they're showing this show and it's implied that these, you know, there's hints that there might be gayness or feelings, but obviously this is on NBC, this is not gonna ever happen. So it's just gonna be queer baiting, so don't get your hopes up. And then I will say, I don't want to spoil everything, but by the end of the series, you're like, wait, they said it! They did it! They said this is the thing! And on top of that, there are also other queer characters in the series. This was created by Brian Fuller, who also was the original showrunner and creator of Discovery, and started his career by sending in fan scripts to Star Trek with 2 episodes of Deep Space Nine, and then he became a writer for Voyager. Just a fantastic creator, in my opinion. I love Brian Fuller. And he is very vocally like, yeah, it's not just gay subtext. We did make it text, and also, yes, like, and constantly is wearing shirts with them making out at every Hannibal event, things like that. So it's fantastic. Yeah, it is a horror. Though I would argue the first time you watch it, it's horror psychological thriller. Afterwards, it's a grand old time. Every time afterwards is fun. No, I'll say it. The first time I watched this show, I was so stressed out. But it was it was so beautifully written, and I don't like horror. I get stressed. It was so incredible that I got through it. And then after that, I viewed it as a rom-com, and then it was very funny. So, if you want something more dark, there you go.
I love that you have something for everybody, Anna.
Something for everybody.
Oh, I'm 0% surprised by that. Anna is very thorough when it comes to media stuff, which is
no,
one
I
thing
know.
I love about her.
I know.
All right, Queer for Fear. This was produced by Brian Fuller. This was on Shudder. I think you can like pay for it or rent or something in other ways, but it's on Shudder. This is fantastic. It's a great docuseries basically about how, like, the history of queer people that have been involved in horror, queer and a lot of queer interpretations of classic horror, especially like Dracula's Daughter and like other things. And they're like older movies, and they're being like, this would, and it is so fun to watch and so good to watch. I really loved it. And again, most of these movies I had not seen. because I am not a horror fan. Especially the classic horror ones, I'm like, oh, those I would be interested in watching. Like, and they kind of talk about just like the concept of being viewed as an outsider, the villainization of queer people, and then how like you find more queer people gravitating towards horror because it's like, well, I feel more seen in some of these monsters than, the same straight, heteronormative stuff over and over again. And it's fantastic. It's really a fantastic little docuseries. There's Alaska Thunderfuck right there on the screen in a drag of Carrie, which is fantastic. And they talk to drag queens, talk to writers. I mean, they even talk about how, like, I forget what movie it was, I'm blanking, but it's a movie that's by the Wachowski sisters, and how, like, this was long before they had transitioned to being trans women, and how it has, like, a lesbian couple, and how the one woman who's a lesbian was talking about how, like, watching that movie and being like, wait a minute, you're telling me two guys wrote this really beautiful, like, really, it felt very real and genuine, and it felt like they were looking into my soul of like a lesbian relationship, and I was so worried that these two men are making this thing like it's gonna be perverted, and so it's like, so it's so ahead of its time. It's just like, what do you mean? And then it was just like decades later, it's like, oh, they were also lesbians. Like, that's so, and how like that's this like incredible like thing of like these trans women made this project, and how it was a gift to the queer community before they were out as queer themselves. And it was, and just this incredible, it's just so interesting, these interpretations. And like Dracula's Daughter is an old classic movie where it was literally like the daughter of Dracula, and she's trying to like fight the fact that she has this like vampirism in her, and she like goes into like psychiatry, and a lot of the interpretations, they were kind of talking about how like how many women who were like queer were put into encouraged to go see doctors to fix themselves and such, and how it's like how there's these parallels that people were seeing. It's fantastic stuff. All right.
Love it.
Discovery. It's Bay. I just wanted to throw that in there.
I've been doing another Discovery watch through with my girlfriend because she's not she hadn't seen past season 1, and we're coming up on the end of season 4 now, when finally, oh my god, finally Paul and Hugh get to be a couple again.
Yes. It's
and
so
not have
painful.
their entire lives defined by the awful things that have happened before.
It's but also just like I would definitely say that unfortunately Discovery is the queer one. It used to be Deep Space Nine when we had no actual representation. But Discovery is the queer one, and then when they canceled it, they said bye-bye, gays. And then they were like, don't worry.
But we have Lower Decks.
Bye-bye, gays. And they'd already, canceled Prodigy, which had Zero, who was non-binary. So
everything's fine. I'm fine. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's
anyway.
Fine.
It's a great show. And anyone who says otherwise is dumb. So anyway, Brimstone and Roses. This is a webcomic on Webtoon. Two main leads are both queer. Beatrice, she is a bit of a bisexual disaster. She
love a bisexual disaster.
She is going to her sister's wedding, and her sister is gay. And so it starts with a gay wedding. She knows that her ex is gonna be there with a girlfriend, and she's panicking, so she makes a deal with a demon to be her date for the wedding, so that way she's not alone. And and the demon, it's a love story with a lot of shenanigans. He is cool, and he is kind of learning human emotions, but also like later is exploring himself, and they explicitly discuss asexuality, and he realizes he's demi. and it's a really beautiful story. It's still ongoing. It was on hiatus for a little bit. It's back now. It's a webcomic on the app Webtoon or the website Webtoon. It's a grand old time. It makes me very happy. I love it a lot.
And to be clear, like all kinds of queers struggle with representation, but my Ace and Demi friends, good lord, we need more of you.
There's not many being shown of us. All right, so this is also on Dropout. So Game Changer in general is a great show on Dropout. It's where the rules change each time and the players don't know what game they're about to play. Great. So it's like it's a different concept each time, but there's a few episodes specifically. So it's a game show is the genre, but there's 2 episodes specifically that I wanted to mention. There's one called Don't Cry, which ends up being, I mean, I guess it's a twist, but it's just sweet. It ends up kind of being a twist that one of the regular cast members, Jess, had to put off her wedding to her wife because of COVID. And there were all these plans and things and stuff. And so it seems like the thing is going to be, oh, the 3 people that we had, they cry very easily at sentimental things. So you get points for not crying. So, like, try and watch the opening of Up and cry, and like try and cut these onions without crying. And then it turns into like,
That's
read
brutal.
Yeah, but then it ends up being like, okay, now read this letter, and like Jess reads first, and it's like a really sweet letter to Jess from her mom that's just heartfelt and sweet and loving.
Aww.
And it's like, oh, and so of course she cries, and then it's like, Reika, read your letter, and then she opens it, and then she's just like, dear Jess, and it turns out it's a speech that she would have given at Jess's wedding. And then the other person and another person who was there also gives a speech that they would have given at Jess's wedding, and just more people. And they kind of just do this almost like surprise kind of like, hey, just because you can't have the wedding kind of thing, we still like love you. And it's great. Drag queen comes out and is going to be like, hey, I can marry you right now. It's just beautiful. They bring her partner out. It's just beautiful gay love. And it's so sweet to see. It's beautiful. And then there's also The Bachelor, which is Grant in the middle in that picture. They constantly make fun of him. He's a regular cast member. They make jokes at his expense and stuff. That he is bisexual, and he, they'll make fun of. He'll make fun of himself. He's a comedian, and a lot of like, oh, he's a klutz, and he's single, and all this stuff. And they surprise him by he comes on thinking he's going to play a regular episode of Game Changer, and there's even 2 other cast members there, and then they don't come out. And instead they're like, oh, actually, Grant, stand here. And then people start coming out and taking his hands. People he's never met before. And they're like, hi, it's great to meet you. I hope we have a connection. He's like, what is happening? And it's based off of The Bachelor. And they actually brought in people that they had met and known that they actually feel Grant could potentially have a spark with. And do like a wholesome version of The Bachelor. So, like, if you don't get a rose of getting thing, you end up getting to choose off this massive gift pile. So they're like, I remember one of the first people to leave, she goes, ooh, I'm taking the gold-plated weed grinder.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
And then he was like, oh, you smoke weed? She's like, yeah, well, if I'd known that, I wouldn't have eliminated you. Because it's like they're just joking. It's a very loving, sweet, fun environment. There's non-binary person, there's men, there's women. It's this very inclusive Bachelor, and it's just this very sweet and funny, and like they don't pretend Grant is the best catch you'll ever get kind of thing. One of the people he eliminates because he didn't feel like they really had the same vibe, and when he's just like, sorry, like you're eliminated, and she literally gets up and goes, that's fine, I'm more into women anyway. Like, it's so good. It's so sweet. But in general, the show is very loving, has a lot of queer rep just because a lot of the cast that they bring on is often queer because Dropout is a very queer friendly place. It is such a just great show. I really love it so much. All right.
I think that's
the end of your slideshow, hey?
Wait, that should not be it. There should be 2 more slides.
There were not.
Well, all right. Well, I don't need a picture. It's fine. So, my last two things. Baldur's Gate 3. It is the big video game right now.
It is.
It is the game right now. It won Game of the Year award. Some of the cast has won BAFTAs for this game. It is huge. It is a fantastic game. I recently finished my first playthrough. I am started a second playthrough, and that is a lot because with my first playthrough it was over 100 hours. But I have COVID right now, so that's kind of been what I've been doing. And Baldur's Gate 3, you can play as, so it's uses D&D rules, D&D races kind of things, and it's this very expansive, brilliant plot with all these characters and all these interactions. It's fantastic. You can play as like any kind of different, one of like so many species. You can be like an elf, you can be an orc, you can be all these different things. You can choose to be male, female, or non-binary, which a lot of video games don't give you a non-binary option. It's starting to become more of a thing, but it's still not super regular. It's when it does happen, it's usually in indie games, whereas this is a huge game. They gave a non-binary option. You can customize genitalia in this game. There's so much.
Fantastic.
You can turn nudity off if you don't want that, but you can also have it on, and you can customize genitalia. Not a huge amount. It's essentially, do you want it hairy or hairless? Do you want the penis circumcised or not? But the fact that you even have the option and what pronouns you choose does not impact what genitalia you have. That can be entirely separate. So you can be trans, you can be non-binary, you can be cisgender. You can do that in your character customization.
That's cool that they have that. That's very cool.
Yeah. And also like just hair options. They have a lot of different afro texture options. They have a lot. It's great. It's really good character customization alone. And then all the companions. There's 6 different main companions, but there's also a couple others that you can get depending on your choices. You can romance any single one of them, so it doesn't matter if it's a woman romancing a woman, you can romance any of your any of the companions. I will argue though that Shadowheart, who was my wife in the last game, is a lesbian. No one touch her, she's mine. It feels genuinely wrong to me when like I see a playthrough and I see a male character romancing her. I'm like, no, she's a lesbian. What are you talking about? But that's just my own thing. It was a fantastic game.
Attractions can be many faceted, and relationships don't have to be monogamous.
Well,
and that's another thing. You can be polyamorous in this game.
I love that so much.
It depends on the character. Not all companions are polyamorous, which is
also another thing makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is another thing. I ended up in a throuple. I wasn't really planning on it. As people know in real life, I am very much on the ace spectrum. I'm bi and demi. This game, one, very confirmed that I was bi. I was like, wow, everyone's gorgeous and I'm in love with them. But also in this game, I realized that, wow, I wanted to date them all at the same time, but I couldn't. You can't do that. With mods you can, but that's another thing.
That is the queer polyamorous struggle. You walk into a room and it's like, I would love to date all of you.
Yes. In this game, also another, this is a wild, as far as romance things, you, in Act 3 of the game, it's a huge game, it's so good. You can go to a brothel, and there will be these drow twins, which are like elves that live in the Underdark thing. Anyway. I don't need to explain what the drow are right now. And it's a male twin. They're fraternal twins, male and female. And they work at this brothel, and you can hire them. And if you do so, and you have a romantic partner, they'll be like, "Oh, is this your partner? They can come too." And depending on your partner, they will have a different reaction to that. one will be like, there's a couple that'll be like, well, there's interesting character choices with that, of like Shadowheart, who is my love and my wife. She was like, if you haven't slept together yet, she'll be like, not for our first time, but maybe another time. But if you've already slept with her, then she's like, absolutely, let's do this. And then if there's another companion with you during that conversation, Halson, who is like this, essentially is like this druid and is just kind of like, I believe in nature, and he can like shapeshift into a bear and all this stuff. And he's also very thirsty. He will be like, if you're down, I could also join if anyone's okay with that. He'll just bring that up. And I was very surprised by this. And Shadowheart is like, yes, that sounds great. And you can choose whether or not to have him as well. So you can have this 5-person orgy. I won't say whether or not I did that. You guys don't need to know. But I will say, but then there's like another character who like you can kind of persuade into it, and then you can tell that he's not comfortable with it. So there's like, and there's the ramifications of that in like your relationship. And he's a wizard, so instead of actually going through with it, he makes a magical copy of himself that literally will just be like, hello, I am a copy of him, but I am anatomically correct, so don't worry.
I am programmed in multiple techniques.
Fully functional.
And you can be like, Gale, like, get back over here, and he'll be like, no, I'm good in the corner, thanks. And it's like, and I'm proud of him for putting that boundary up, but God, he needed to put that up sooner. Anyway, there's another character who has a lot of trauma about how he's been used in the past, that he will be like, depending on where you are in his story, he'll be like, I'm not comfortable with any physical intimacy right now. If you're in a relationship with him, he'll have kind of asked you to pump the brakes on that. But if later in the story, then he'll be like, sure. But then also at the same time, you can tell that he didn't super love it. Like he didn't have a bad time, but he wasn't great. So there's all these fascinating like relationship dynamics and discussions of polyamory, and Halson will also ask you if you could be in a relationship, if depending on your choices, and you can be like, I'm already in a relationship, and he'll be like, yeah, of course, if they consent to it. And he's very clear about like they have to consent. And you can ask, and depending on your partner, they will allow you to be in a polyamorous relationship with Halson. Shadowheart and Astarion are down for that. Gale, the wizard, will if you sorry, I think my internet's freezing a little. Okay, there we go. If you ask him, if you're like, how do you feel about introducing a third, he'll go, a child? I don't think I'm ready for that, which is fantastic. And so I think it's only Astarion and Shadowheart that you can be in a polyamorous relationship, but it depends on these different characters, and they'll often be very respectful of like, if you want to be with him, I understand, and we'll still be friends, but like, that's not my thing. And it's these great discussions, and it's fascinating. The game itself, I guess you could not romance anyone if that's your jam. They're all so perfect though, so I'd be shocked, but good for you if that's what you want to do. There's just so much. It's a fantastic game. This ended up being a Baldur's Gate 3 rant, but it's a fantastic game. But there's so many. It's
very good. It's very good.
Okay,
I also have things I would like to talk about. So,
okay,
yeah.
last thing with Baldur's Gate 3, and I won't bring up my other recommendation. Sorry, it got bumped. Is that there are also a lot of queer NPCs just in the world. There are people who there's men who make references to their husbands. There's women who make references to their wives. It's around. And there's also a trans character who's voiced by a trans actor. And there is also a drag queen character who's voiced by a drag queen. And it's a fantastic game. So, okay.
A world where being queer is just part of the fabric of existence.
Just part of it.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? That'd be amazing.
You don't have to bump your last one, Anna.
Okay. Last one is, there's a musical called Some Like It Hot, which is based on the classic film by Billy Wilder that starred Marilyn Monroe. It is not on Broadway currently anymore, but it won Tonys, and it's fantastic. You can still listen to the album, and there are some clips that you can see online. It is fantastic. They updated. I mean, it still takes place in like Prohibition era, which is when it took place in the original movie. But they updated it in a lot of ways. They made it an interracial couple. They added a lot of Black characters that they couldn't have done in the movie because of racism back then. And added racial tensions that feel really natural to the story. And I'm a huge fan of the original movie, and so it feels so natural and fitted. And then also because the classic film, they dress up as women and join this women's band because they're on the run from the mob. And then Marilyn Monroe's there. Oh gosh, she's so hot, but I can't date her when I'm a woman. And it's great. Shenanigans ensue. But one of the characters discovers that they are non-binary and enjoy presenting more feminine at times in the musical. And it fits so well because in the original film, there's a line. There's a millionaire who wants to marry the Jack Lemmon's character, who later is changed to be this Rebecca character. And they're still dressed as a woman, and it's this like, oh, we can't be together. Your mom won't like me. And it's like, oh, why should that matter? It's like, because I smoke so much. It's like, oh, well, I smoke too, so why should it matter to me? And it's like, I drink like a I drink like a fish. It's like, that's fine. I'll have someone to drink with. And then it's like, I don't even remember, but I can't cook. It's like, that's fine. We have a chef because I'm a millionaire. And then it's like, rips off the wig. It's like, I'm a man. And then the last line of the movie in response to that is, nobody's perfect. And that's the end of the movie back then. So they even have a song in the musical. It's Nobody's Perfect, and it's beautiful, and it's a very classic musical. There's big tap numbers, it's feel good, it's fun, it's zany, but it's so unapologetically queer and so unapologetically progressive with discussing racial issues, and it is so good, and I love it. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. Yay. I had a lot.
No, that's great. Nikki, do you have any?
I have quite a few, but I won't say them all just because whatever. But a couple of mine that you had already met. No, you had mentioned a couple of mine already, so it's really fine. I mean, a lot of mine are far more mainstream. Some of that is a little bit more mainstream, and it's not necessarily that they delve deeply into queer aspects or relationships, or even necessarily do they always do them correctly, but the fact that it's just even there in some of the more mainstream media is nice to see, right? So like obviously like Schitt's Creek. I love Schitt's Creek. I mean, David. I know. And it was one of the first times where I had seen a character say and explain how I feel, which was, I like wine. I don't care so much about the label, right? Like, don't care if it's white, don't care if it's red, don't care if it's pink, don't care. Like, I like wine, right? Like that. And that was definitely a moment for me. I was like, I feel so seen, right? Because that's how I feel. But it's just great. It's hilarious. It's a comedy. Eugene Levy and David Levy, they did their.
And Catherine O'Hara.
Oh my God, Catherine O'Hara. Oh, so good.
Have courage, David.
Moira. It's so great across the board.
I am so conflicted about the like wine not the label conversation, because obviously they're doing a thing where like they're in a place where they don't know for sure that it's okay for them to admit to each other that they're queer. And so it makes sense that they have to kind of dance around it and like say it without saying it kind of thing. Yeah. But also like, I'm not fucking wine. I am a person. And I can just say, the gender doesn't matter so much to me. And like, I like both of those things are true, right? Especially when you're talking about a more mainstream audience who doesn't necessarily understand the nuanced differences in queer identity and stuff. So this isn't me like dumping on it. I get it and I appreciate it, but I still struggle with the fact that like we still have to do that kind of like oversimplification and comparing ourselves to like food and wine and drinks for people to understand. It's deeply frustrating to me.
But also in other ways, I mean, as Nikki said, like, oh, that felt very seen, because there's also, we have to remember that there's also like quote unquote baby gays, people who like haven't who don't realize it in themselves quite yet, and sometimes it's one of the, it's like kind of a double-edged sword of like, wouldn't it be great if we could just say it and do it, but also like, as a society, we're not there yet, and that's super freaking annoying, but it's so
because the flip side of that is they could just come out and say like, I'm bisexual, I'm pansexual, and that like might mean something to someone, but if you explain it in that way, somebody who doesn't actually know what those words mean would be like, oh, wait a minute, that person just described my experience, where if they had used the proper terminology, they may not have made that connection. So like, to be clear, definitely not like dismissing that as a moment. I think it is important. It's just, I also just wish we didn't need those kinds of explanations anymore.
Yeah.
There's that.
It's much like we wish we didn't need Pride, but we do. Like,
well, yeah, a big gay party. I think there's always
a big gay party, but it started as a riot.
And still should be, frankly.
Yes.
All right.
I have two that are like guilty pleasures, just cause.
No, F that. We don't do guilty pleasures in this house. We just love things.
I just love it. So the first one, and they are bringing back a season 2, and I am so excited. It's on Netflix. It's The Ultimatum, but Queer Love. It's the Queer Love version, and it is like a dating show, right? And the first season was with lesbian and non-binary couple, like women and non-binary, and they were all like lesbian couples primarily. And so I don't know what they're gonna do with this season, but I love it. Look, it's drama, it's all the things. It's like The Bachelor type sitch, but it's
I was gonna say, like, back up and what's the concept? I'm completely unfamiliar with the show.
Okay, but it's on Netflix. So they have like a straight version, which whatever, which is basically the ultimatum of a couple. There's a bunch of couples that are coming in, and they're at the point of their life where it's like one person within the couple is saying, either we get married or this is it, right? Like, that's the concept. So, and I don't know if they do this for the straight episodes because I never watched those seasons, but for the queer episodes, I just didn't watch them. I was like, they just don't do anything for me.
Yeah,
the queer
that's real.
episodes. So it's basically like same thing, right? One within the couple's like, it's time, I'm ready to get settled down. So either we're getting married or we're not. And so what they do then is they break the couples apart, and they have them go on all these mini dates with everybody else. And then you figure out like someone you had a connection with, like 2 or 3 people you had a connection with, and you can go on like longer dates, like an actual date. To see then if there's somebody that you think you could connect with more so than the previous partner that you came with. And so you actually live with this other person to like pretend sort of be a couple for, I forget what the time period is, like 3 weeks to whatever it is. There's several, it's a set amount of time. And then you go back to your other partner. And then at the end, it's like you have this ultimate, you have to pick, like, are you going to stay with the person you came with? Are you going to go with this new person that maybe you have a better connection with or not, or whatever? Or are you both just like, no, we're done? Yeah. And so again, it's totally like,
it's very reality show, but if you want that,
it's a reality show. It's a very reality show, but it's so much fun to watch. They're bringing back.
I've seen it. It's a good time.
A reality show is on my list as well. So
fabulous. And then my other,
some people are just so anti-reality show, and I'm like, if you don't like reality shows, you will not like this. But it's a good time.
And then my other one, and they canceled it after 1 season. Of course, they did. Whatever. First Kill. So this is also on Netflix. It is a YA show. Just preface that first of all, it's a YA show, but it is about vampires. So if you want vampires and vampire killers, that's in there. But the 2 main characters are young women, and they are a couple. They are a lesbian couple. And of course, one is a vampire, one is a vampire killer. And so there's that whole, like, it's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet. But the fact that they are showing a teenage queer love story is at least interesting.
That's incredible. Yeah, I love that.
And then if you like, if you like vampires and stuff, that's all in there, and killing people. Like, it's, there is a snake in there. So if you don't like snakes, you have to like go like this for several parts of several episodes, but it's fine. And then, so those are that. But also I love anything Elizabeth Mitchell's in. She is not queer herself, but I have a huge crush on her. So it's fine.
The struggle, the eternal struggle.
It's totally fine. And then I would say, like, I have some other ones that are typical that everybody probably has, which if you haven't seen them, they're great just in general, like Pose, obviously RuPaul's Drag Race. There's there's a documentary actually that I want to talk about. And I think, Kelly, I have mentioned this to you before. I don't really know. So the documentary is called Suited. And it is about a bespoke tailor in Brooklyn that does suits, like actual tailored suits to trans and non-binary people.
Yeah, you've told me about this and I have failed to watch it.
And so the producers are actually Lena Dunham and whoever else helps to produce Girls, because the director for Benjamin, and I can't think of his last name, he was one of the like camera guys on Girls, on the show Girls. And I don't know how he found out about this story, but he found out about, and I do believe the person that runs it is a trans person. Yes, they are the trans person themselves. And so it's these amazing stories of trans people coming and why they might need a suit. There's one where it's a grandmother bringing their grandson, so that way I believe he can either have a bar mitzvah suit or a graduation suit. So like, there's that. I mean, then there's another one, but there's like people getting married. There's just all these other reasons why somebody who was, I think, going back into the job market after having their surgery, their transition surgery. So it's a very, I absolutely love that documentary. It's definitely a documentary where it shows more, I want to say more of a positive side of things, where a lot of times where like there's queer documentaries, it's not always light and happy. And I'm not saying that this is, because it's very much real people's real stories. But it's definitely more of this happy thing of like, they get a suit that fits them, right? It fits their body. It fits their personality. It fits them. And I
love that.
Yeah, I definitely love that one. It's very interesting. There's another show on, this one's on Apple TV Plus, and it's not primarily like the queer aspect is not the primary thing about it. It's called The Look, and it's actually about Christian Dior and Chanel, is the interesting thing, and just all of the designers in Paris after World War II, after the occupation. But what is in there is that they show Christian Dior's relationship that he has, and he is gay, and how that affects his design and how interesting it is. I mean, that's very much it's a historical show. So you have the issue of, is this okay? Is this not okay? Is it illegal? Is it not, like that type of thing. Obviously they were in France and in Paris where it was a little bit more open. But it is just an interesting aspect, of that show. It's a very heavy show to watch in general, just because it is about, after the occupation of the Nazis in World War II. But it's another just in mainstream TV of, this was part of real life, right? So there it is. Yeah.
And also, like, Coco Chanel was famously a Nazi sympathizer. Collaborator. He's bad. And then also Hugo Boss, another big brand, literally designed SS uniforms. So it's
those are kind of the major ones. Anna, one of yours also made me think of, because you had talked about things that are appropriate for children. Pete the Cat is, so my nieces, they don't watch it as much anymore, but they did. And in Pete the Cat, there's a family, I think it's the squirrel family, and it's two dads. The squirrel has two dads. Like the little girl squirrel has two dads.
Oh, it's I love this. Cute. I was not aware of this. Oh my God, I love that.
Yeah. So first of all, Pete the Cats, it's just a cute little show anyway, but the fact that they have two dads, it's so cute. And I'm like, and they don't make it a thing, right? It's just like, my friend, whatever the squirrel's name is, has two dads.
Yeah. I love this. So I have two. The first one, so I said one of mine is a reality show, and I will say I have gone back and forth in my relationship with reality TV. I used to be a vehemently anti-reality TV person, but what I figured out is that I'm vehemently anti most reality TV. because of the like, you know, the play up the sensationalism and the drama and the like traumatic things that people do to each other, the manipulation, that sort of stuff. But there are kinds of shows that I can get into, and this is like maybe more of a cooking show, but like Great British Baking Show, for example. Like, it's a game, they're playing to win, but they're also like real human beings, and they're like mostly being nice and just like trying to win the game, and it's not a big deal, right? So there is a show that I remember hearing about when it came out, and I was convinced it was going to be one of the bad ones, and so I just never gave it the time of day. It's called The Circle. Are either of you familiar?
Oh, it's surprisingly good.
I was shocked.
Okay, I'm gonna write it down.
It is very good.
My girlfriend convinced me to give it a shot, and I'm legitimately, I'm open-minded. Like, if somebody I trust tells me I might like it, I can at least believe it's possible. So the premise of the show is that these people are all like living in the same apartment building, but they're all isolated from one another. They don't interact in person at all, and they interact through this like bespoke social network that the producers have created for them. And they do think, like, they pick profile pictures, they do like a bio, they do chats and all of this sort of stuff. Some of the characters are catfishing, so their like pictures are not them, and they're to one degree or another pretending to be someone else. And the only thing that I will spoil is that, like, I think most folks show up ready to play the game to be like manipulative shitheads. And then once they actually start interacting with people, like, they just start acting like human beings.
Yeah.
And
it's really sweet.
Yeah, and like, they're definitely all trying to win the game, and they're like, you know, playing the game, but they're not being awful. They're not being like terribly manipulative. There's literally one person that is acting that way, and I will just say justice ends up being served. But in particular, there are two queer characters in the first season. I've not watched any but the first season. The first season came out in 2020. And there are two,
which is why it's so socially distanced.
Yeah.
And everything.
Yeah. Well, no, because it would have been shot before that.
I think it's afterwards.
It was just extremely weird timing. But there are two queer characters in the first season. One, and I actually don't think he identifies as gay. I think he says he's bi, but he reads as just a fantastically flamboyant gay man, and he is fantastic. Like, I cannot get enough of this guy. Almost every single time he opens his mouth, I'm like, oh my God, I love him so much. And then there's like a very butch lesbian woman, who is also just fantastic. And I will say their queerness comes into play sometimes in ways that doesn't necessarily feel good, but feels real. Yeah, that's all I will say. Highly recommended.
Fun fact, because you brought up The Circle, the woman who I said gets eliminated like first off the Bachelor episode of Game Changer and says like, oh, I've got a gold-plated weed grinder. She's on season 3 of The Circle. Her name's Rachel. Yeah. And she's literally a player on season 3 of The Circle. And she's fantastic. And she's Rachel's fantastic. And she also she's more short and stout, and Grant is a very, very tall, lanky person. And when they met and like did the little Bachelor thing, she literally said, "Oh wow, you are tall. I can be your Danny DeVito."
Oh my God.
And he just went, "And I can be your Catwoman." And it was one of the best. That was another just like, incredible. I was like, "This is queer." So this is queer relationship dynamics.
What's your last one?
The other one I wanted to bring up is Fiona and Cake. This is the Adventure Time spinoff, which Adventure Time, maybe an honorable mention. Yeah. They take forever to actually make it gay, and it's infuriating. But we have Marceline the Vampire Queen and Princess Bubblegum. They are like very, very clearly in love, or at least have feelings for each other, or did at one time or something, all throughout the series. And they finally get together at the end. Sorry, spoiler alert. But Fiona and Cake is a spinoff. And the quick version of Fiona and Cake is that Fiona and Cake is fan fiction that is written by a character in Adventure Time, that it basically involves gender swapped versions of all the characters from Adventure Time.
I love that.
It's so good. And Fiona is just as adventurous as Finn is. She's really into swords, and Cake is like a very sassy cat, where Jake is a very like surfer guy dog. But in Fiona and Cake, obviously there are gender swapped versions of Princess Bubblegum and Marceline, and their queerness is pretty present in the show, and it shows so. The way Adventure Time does it is it's kind of an enemies to lovers thing between Princess Bubblegum and Marceline, and Fiona and Cake kind of speed runs that dynamic where like they meet and they have some conflict, they figure out they like each other. Marshall, the guy version of Marceline, is played by Donald Glover, which is great. It's just very funny to hear his voice after watching Community and being familiar with Childish Gambino. But it's so sweet the way they get together and they fall in love with each other. It's just I can't get enough. And there's some characters in the background. There's a character in the background that appears to be transmasculine and is like wearing a binder. It's so just queer, and it feels like queerness is just a part of the world in the way that it kind of didn't in Adventure Time, which is I think not for lack of trying on the part of the people who made the show.
That's nice.
Yeah, those are my two.
Great.
Fiona and Cake.
And that one's also child friendly, correct?
It's Adventure Time is Fiona and Cake is a little more mature. It's kind of like growing up with people who watched Adventure Time growing up, I think.
Gotcha.
And then honorable mention, there's another set of spinoffs from Adventure Time, Distant Lands, that is it's basically like 4 mini movies that explore different parts of Adventure Time. One of them is called Obsidian, and it is totally a PB and Marceline story. And I remember it made me cry a lot. So yeah, those are the two main ones that I was interested in. And
Nice.
we've reached time, friends.
We have. Oh my goodness.
I'm so hungry.
I am too. Starving. Gonna go stuff my face.
I kept muting myself to like eat a really good burger that my dad made me.
I support you.
there
I've
you
got
go.
really good pizza coming to
you
me.
go.
I'm very excited. Hot honey, feta, and pepperoni pizza.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Mhm.
Well, friends, thanks for watching. We appreciate you so
thanks for-
much. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Thanks for
Yeah.
participating in the discussion. This has been
Happy
really
And
fun.
in
Pride.
Jackbox and happy Pride.
Right.
And guess what? Next month we'll still be gay.
Oh, definitively.
We'll be gay and we'll be. Oh no, it's not July yet. I was gonna say we'll be in Vegas, but not yet.
No.
It's like a month plus, a little bit of a month
Yes.
plus.
All right,
We'll be in
friends.
Vegas soon.
Mwah. Mwah.
Bye.
Where's the end stream button? There it is.
You got it. I got it. It's not.
Well, I
Somebody's
got it.
gotta do this. This is